Good morning, beautiful people. It is Tuesday, the 15th of April. Welcome to TDA, the day after your favorite news platform and the home of popular culture as defined by you guys, the culture. And of course, like we are every blessed day, we're hosted by the very best in the building. Brent, how you doing, man?
Good morning. Missed you yesterday. Where were you? What were you doing?
You know I've got like 17 different jobs, innit? So I was attending to 2 of them.
All right.
Yes.
At the same time?
Kind of, man. But yeah, but, you know, it was a good show, though.
Huh?
It was a very good show, though.
Black Rob, Demi.
And Demi.
Yeah, they really turned up on a, there was a guy called Cameron also?
Yes, Cameron.
Yeah,
He's the first one who called up, innit?
Yeah, first time.
Yeah. Big up them guys, man.
Very
You did a good job as well, Brent. You know what I mean? Getting all the people, you know.
Thanks, not my expertise, but, you know, I want to make sure each time it is that, like we have a day, we have something.
True indeed.
Yes, I want to get in the habit of, because all the hosts aren't here, like there's nothing.
Yeah.
Because then pitchforks and that. I don't want that at all, especially what's coming.
Yes.
Did you walk in here on time today?
I did, man.
Did you?
Yeah.
The thing is, I went to the kitchen at a particular time. I left the door open, right?
Yes.
And then the next time I heard anything, it was my doorbell.
Yes.
So I assumed there's no way this lovely lady is here before Emmanuel.
No.
Are you sure she walked in and saw you sitting there?
I mean, you can ask.
God damn it.
I was here. Yes, I was occupying the place, keeping it safe and whatnot.
And given the title of today's show, I'm going to include this whole tardiness stuff.
To be fair, it's part of it.
What is it?
It's part of it.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're going to bring it in there. So it will be part of it. You know what I mean? So it'll make sense. But as we promised the guys yesterday, we got 2 amazing guests today. One has obviously been with us a couple times already.
Family.
You know what I'm saying? Family already. You know what I'm saying? And somebody else that I'm pretty sure, again, it's going to be an amazing show. Her 100%. Instagram is 100%. You know what I'm saying?
Instagrams.
Catharsis.
Instagrams.
Yes. Thank you, Brent. You know what I mean? But I'm going to let them introduce themselves, man.
All right.
Good morning, Andrew.
Morning. You're all very familiar with me by now. The King's Monologue. Yeah, so I was warning Brent, you know, you might as well just put my name up here because can't get enough of the show.
Beautiful.
Sick. And good morning, how are you?
Morning, I'm good. How are you?
I can't complain. Let the people know who you are, please.
Wow, I'm many people, but I am predominantly a music artist called Eckoes. I make kind of ambient, ethereal, Afro-fused electronic music, but I also write what do I call it? Like an anti-racism edutainment kind of page.
Love that.
Called, can I say shit I have a problem with?
Yes.
Yes. On social media.
Dope.
And yeah.
It's going to be a good show, man. It's going to be a good show.
I'm a fan.
Yes, for real, man. And I'm pretty sure at the end of the show, the people will be as well, you know what I mean? Yeah. And, but yeah. Brent, is there anything you want to mention before we start the show? Want to say hello to the chat?
Yeah, let me do the roll call. Good morning, Energy. Energy, you have to let me know when next you can come to Shoreditch. Please let me know. 9 Ether, Cryptic, Divina, Imi Snow Globe. Man, like I showed Imi Snow Globe the project.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
What'd she say?
Obviously, blown away.
Big up Imi.
T, Christy, Abimi, Mr. Ashlows, Els, Izzy Bambino, Paul Wall, Black Rob, Ghana Greatness, Dr. Mani, and Priz. Good morning. Oh, Life of Bodge. Good morning, young man. And Mother Boof. Good morning. All right, that is it.
All right.
Yeah, I had the headlines yesterday. Let's not repeat that. Let's go back to parliamentary proceedings. All right.
All right, people. So our first headline, Downing Street has said it is confident that the raw materials needed to keep the furnaces at British Steel's Scunthorpe site switched on will reach it in time. The government has been attempting to source the materials needed to fuel the plant's central blast furnaces since taking control of it on Saturday, and has now confirmed the shipment will arrive in the next few days. Ministers seized control of the operations after talks with British Steel's Chinese owner, Jinjie, and after they basically broke down, and the government accused the firm of planning to switch the furnaces off. Beijing has accused the British government of politicizing trade cooperation and said that the move raised doubts about investment in the UK. Next headline, and our Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, paid £54,718 in income tax in the year 2023-2024. This is according to a document released by the government. A summary shows that he paid a tax on £152,225 of income in the financial year ending 5th of April 2024, a period when Labour was in the opposition. And Sir Keir Starmer received most of his income from his role as an MP and smaller amounts from book royalties and £5,174 of interest on money in a savings account. The Chancellor Rachel Reeves and Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner have also published summaries of their tax affairs for the same year. Reeves earned a total of £91,758 and paid £24,215 in income tax. The Chancellor received £12,372 from self-employment income, which was related to book royalties and audiobook fees. I want to ask you guys quickly,
So I had to laugh there. Are we supposed to believe that they're making 100? That Keir Starmer made 100k in a year? Was I born yesterday?
No, I mean,
Sorry, are you kidding me? The open fraud is just it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
This is it. But I do want to ask you guys, do you feel like it's important for us to know what they're earning though?
Yes.
Do you feel like this is information we should know?
Absolutely. I think my personal opinion, if you're in public office, absolutely.
Okay.
The entire political system, parliamentary system thrives on fraud. And
Yeah.
actually fraud is what drives political decisions in this country. Everything. So every headline that you're about to read out is going to be linked to fraud somewhere down the line. The first one you read out was linked to fraud. Oh, the Chinese have closed their factory. Yeah, the Chinese own the factory. They can close it, open it. They can send it to Mars if they want to.
Yeah.
It's we live in privatization. You decide to sell it, and if they want to close it, they close it. Then you've taken public funds without public permission and said we're going to buy it. Yeah, you didn't put it to referendum. That's fraud. So there's fraud on every level. If you're going to be an MP, transparency is 100% necessary. We as the people need to know every dime you're making and where you're making that money from. If you're making a lot of money, that's fine. Be transparent with it. Okay, it will bring you close to the people. This whole idea of it's none of your business. No, of course it's our business. If you don't want it to be our business, don't take a salary. Yeah, simple.
I agree with you regarding the transparency, but I'm always like, and then what happens? We have this information, but then can I change anything? Can I do anything? Then everyone's irate and then goes on to the next thing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, we need to know, but to what end?
Yeah, good points, man.
I think it's linked to the powerlessness that what you just said, the powerlessness that we feel. We don't feel any autonomy or any ability to change what ultimately happens.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately that is linked to this lack of transparency, this acceptance that when people get into these positions of political power, they are not answerable to anyone.
Yeah.
They can release laws about lockdowns, this, that, and the other, totally flout them. And then the Prime Minister can just turn around and say, no, we're not going to punish him.
Yeah.
But you go to prison if you do the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is this kind of like we are above the law. And this is kind of like ground zero of being above the law. Knowing what you earn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we as the people knowing what you earn, at least then we feel like there's some answerability. But everything kind of exists in this cloud where we can't touch them.
Yeah.
They can do whatever they want at any point they want.
Yeah.
It's meant to be a public service. These are public servants, but we don't feel like they work for us at all. They do exactly what they want and tell us what to do.
Exactly.
Is that because it's us? Because other people may feel like, wait a minute, they actually work for me. I elected them.
I think rich people think they work for them 100%.
We think that's both sides, as in like Labour and Tories.
Yeah.
Yeah. You buy your politicians, you don't vote for them.
Agreed.
And to be clear, the entire parliamentary system to me is just it's a theatre.
Yeah. 100%.
That's the way I view it. So people say Labour. I don't even hear the parties anymore. I don't. It's all about we get into this whole thing where one's in power and doing extreme fraud, and then the other one comes and corrects the fraud with minor fraud, and then and then extreme fraud comes back again. It's like all of these people. They talk about the right and the left, and all of these people basically we're in a fight between the extreme far right and the far right. That's what we have in and that's the parliamentary system. We don't even get to centre politics. And people who think they're on the left, I'm like, the left there's never been a left, not since the end of the war. So
yeah.
This is probably a topic for another day, but just quick answers. Do you feel like MPs' salaries should be capped?
Yes.
100%. Actually, not salary.
When you say capped, what do you mean? Earnings?
Yes, exactly, not salary. So, just earnings from whatever.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
How do you cap earnings? If you're an entrepreneur, if an MP's in power, if an MP's in serving as someone in Parliament, and they've started their own business, for instance, and that business earns them several millions of pounds a year. And that's what they do. It's about the transparency.
Yeah, or David Lammy's book. Like, if you'd have offshoots and stuff, and not all business is bad. There could be people doing really good things, but also earn money from it. So I don't know if necessary to cap.
All right.
It's I think it's the transparency.
Yeah.
People have got an issue. At the end of the day, if you run your own business, everyone who runs their own business does a bit of tax fraud. I don't care. That's a fact. Yeah, no one wants to pay full tax.
Yeah.
But then, if you're going to put yourself in the position of being an MP, then you're gonna have to forgo your tax fraud and be transparent.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. Or don't be an MP.
Yeah, you're placing yourself as some sort of moral authority when you are taking our money and voting for us on the public stage. So you have to have that throughout your life, or don't go for that job. Work at a bank.
Yeah, true indeed.
How about you, Maya? Do you think that MPs should be sharing their wage packets with you?
Yes, because we elected them, and to be fair, we know what they earn anyway, because we all know MPs earn this, Prime Minister earns this. Like, that information is public information, so I don't think that's an issue. What I would have an issue is with is more so what you were saying earlier about their private business. I don't see that as our business. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just not our business. That's how I see it, and I don't necessarily. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Is it their business? Is it our business? Their private business?
I think you put yourself into a position. It's like your actual job is to essentially manage the finances or manage what's happening with the people's taxes. That's ultimately what politicians are doing.
Yeah.
So you're putting yourself as the person who knows better than everyone else what needs to happen with everyone's tax money, but then you want to keep what you're paying in tax and also keep what you do to make your money private. It doesn't make sense to me. That's a conflict of interest. Otherwise, don't go. No one's forcing you to be a politician. If you want your privacy, fine. Give up the job and go and do something else or carry on making your money. But it's like you want impunity. You want to be in power. You want to have all the money covered in, and you don't want to tell anyone what you're doing. It's like there comes a point where something needs to give.
But do you mean transparency with what they're doing with public money rather than what they're doing kind of on the side? Like, for example, prime ministers get paid like an incredible amount for after dinner speeches and all these random things that they turn up for 5 minutes and go home with £1 million. But that is a separate job. It's not me paying that. It's the company that asked them to speak. Yeah. So is that my business?
I still think it should be. I still think it's public business because ultimately tax fraud is an issue. That's the issue, is that people do not trust that. Ask anyone on, I guess, do a survey. And my assumption, I could be wrong, but my assumption is that the general public generally believe that rich people don't pay correct taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ultimately, how can you be in public office but then also breaking the law when it comes to the amount of money that you should be paying in tax?
That's assuming they're breaking the law.
That's the thing.
The assumption needs to be made. It does. The assumption is there because of, I would say, decades of people being right about the assumption. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's an accountability.
They're not actually breaking the law. Loopholes are the way rich people get around the law. So they're just taking advantage of loopholes and not actually committing any sort of criminal offence. So
I think it's breaking the law, and I'll tell you why I think it's breaking the law. Because
it should be for sure.
No. I mean, I think it shouldn't be. That's the way it is. I guess because, I don't think anyone should pay tax, but there you go. But if we have a system or law where people are paying tax, then, like I said, if you're going to make laws, then put yourself beneath those laws. Make yourself answerable to those laws.
Yeah.
The reason why I think it is breaking the law is because when they want to throw someone in prison for these laws, when it's convenient, it's like, okay, yeah, we need something on this guy. Boom, there you go. Tax fraud. They'll throw you in prison for it.
Yeah.
So you are breaking the law. It's just a case of whether or not they want to acknowledge your crime. And this is another, I think this is, once again, this kind of speaks to the way MPs live, because MPs break laws all the time. We all know about Boris Johnson's background when he was in university, you know, doing all of this madness, which if he was some inner city kid from South London, he would have spent years in prison before he became prime. But because he's an MP, oh, it's okay, he's just rich, they can get away with it. It's like one law for them.
Yeah, I don't think it's just
another law for
MPs. I
everyone
think
else.
it's rich people generally don't go to prison, don't have to like adhere to the legal system. I don't think it's just specifically
Rich white
politicians.
people.
Yeah. You can get around the law.
Yeah.
Not too much on Boris Johnson, please. Iman doesn't like
He was
that.
a good example.
Iman doesn't like
I
that.
knew you were going to say that. Anyway, speaking of a rich MP, Rishi Sunak, apparently his closest parliamentary aide when he was Prime Minister has been charged, along with 14 others, with election betting offences. Some more of the frauds. The 15, also including the current Wealth Senate member and a former police officer, have been charged with cheating related to bets placed on the timing of the 2024 general election. They are due to appear at Westminster Magistrates Court at 10 a.m. this Friday to face the charges. The Gambling Commission said its investigation, which began in June of last year, focused on individuals suspected of using confidential information, specifically advanced knowledge of the proposed election date to gain an unfair advantage in the betting markets. It opened an investigation after the former Montgomery MP, Craig Williams, Mr. Sunak's former parliamentary private secretary, admitted placing a £100 bet on the 19th of May 2024 that the election would be in July. Williams, who was dropped as a candidate, admitted last June to placing a flutter on the election and said he committed a serious error of judgment, not an offence. All right. Of course, if they have insider information, 100% it's wrong, all that sort of stuff. But are we wasting our time with £100? £100 bet.
See this, as soon as you said £100, this just feels like to me like one of these distraction articles to make people feel like people are accountable. It's like, okay, £100 bet. What's the greater crime? Someone placing a bet on when the elections, or sorry to raise Boris Johnson again, handing a £9 billion contract to his best friend who has no background in providing PPE. You know. And doing it openly, admitting they did it, and not going to prison.
And then nothing happens.
Yeah, nothing happens. Exactly. Zero accountability. This is what we are used to. Like I said, everything that you read out on that list is going to be linked to political fraud somewhere down the line. It's going to have a very tangible link to political fraud, because this is what we live in, a fraudulent nation. We live in probably the most fraudulent nation on the planet. And that's coming from a Nigerian.
All right, people. Those are the headlines. Let's jump into our topic of the day.
Was that it?
All right, people. So as promised, we got a good topic of the day for you, and this is about respectability politics, right? The trap of respectability. I mean, if you see it as a trap anyway, right? The question of dressing right, speaking right, acting right, right?
Even your voice there. Acting right.
All those things there, right? Feeling the pressure of having to, I guess, conform to those ideas or being left behind. Is that even a real thing? Is that a real thing?
There's a lot to go on here.
Yeah, there's so much. I think kind of, yes, it is a real thing, but it can be changed. Culture is made by the people. So I feel like you have to dress and do certain things to get in the room, but once you're in the room, you can change the culture of the room. So I think, funny, I played at Benjamin Zephaniah's memorial on Saturday, and he was one of those people that just refused. Like, he had dreads, he had a Brummie accent, he was so smart, just a phenomenal human being who refuses, like, MBE or OBE, I can't remember which one it is.
That was gangster.
Yeah, exactly. And he is living, well, sorry, not living proof now anymore, but like, he's proof that you can just use your intellect to bulldoze your way through all the prejudices that you face. but it's not easy, and not everyone can.
See, here's an ironic response to that, because he was an exception,
Yeah.
but was he an extreme or accepted exception because of his presentation? So what I'm saying is, if he was a little bit more middle of the road and less of a kind of brandable, oh, here's our culture piece, and then the black guy walks in with the long dreads, he's unapologetically, Caribbean in their presentation or whatever. That's a really nice juxtaposition and a really nice way, if you're doing a Princess Trust or whatever, to say, yeah, we try and tap in. Look who we've got to speak. If he was a little bit more middle of the road, or a little bit more like me or a man or even Brent here, would his success, I'm not saying that it wouldn't have, I'm asking the question generally, would his success have been as punctuated as it was? In your opinion?
That's a good question.
I think maybe you might have remembered him less, because I think it's the combination of the striking figure looking like that in these predominantly white spaces that is a massive juxtaposition. So I think there were more eyes on him because of that.
For instance, I mean, they've got him up on the screen at the moment. If you cut his dreads off, would we know who Benjamin Zephaniah is? Or is that a part of the brand? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
If he cuts it, he just becomes a normal black guy if you cut the dreads off. But when, do black people get a chance to just be run-of-the-mill normal black guys? Because obviously, we know on the other side of the fence, white people can just, a lot of them don't have any branding around them. It's kind of like James Corden, forgettable, very run-of-the-mill, off the conveyor belt, but it doesn't matter. They can still just be good at what they do and be elevated to a position. Whereas I kind of feel like, well, I'm not saying it's the case, because he's a very brilliant man, like you said. But is that a part of it? Are we still performing even when we feel like we're not performing? Does that make sense? Even when we feel like, I'm just being my authentic self. But how much is your authentic self fitting into something that they're comfortable with?
But then why would they be comfortable with that then?
Because it's like I said, sometimes it's a culture piece, isn't it?
Look how accepting we are.
Yeah, exactly.
So you feel like they would only kind of be really
get Benjamin Zephaniah. Dude, he's all white, kind of like Oscar or something. We need Benjamin Zephaniah, and then that's it. Yeah, we've done that. We've done our culture piece there.
So is it one of those almost like a ticking exercise? We've got one or two of these, and so
it's like what we experience at work, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're okay with the one. Imagine if you're, if you're quite a loud character in the way that you present yourself in your workplace, how many black jobs have you cost? Because everyone, if you're a kind of quiet as a mouse in the corner, they might have to hire a couple other black people just to make it clear that we're doing this. I'm
going to throw something out here though. Does every culture have its own version of respectability politics, regardless of ethnicity? And kind of like, if you went to India, would there be like people like, oh, we're not going to employ people that have that specific like hairstyle or like anything like that? Like, is it only political correctness and representation in terms of whiteness, or is it in terms of business in each country?
I think India is a bad example.
Because they've been affected by...
I think they're so willingly racist.
Yeah.
This is probably a bad example.
No, that's true. But let's say Nigeria, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. There would be, I guess, a different standard. It will be different.
Yeah.
It will present differently.
Yeah.
Because I guess when you look at the Senate and stuff, you don't see people in suits. You don't say they'll be wearing dagbada and things of that nature.
Exactly. So if I went in there in jeans and t-shirt... Yeah,
that's true. That is true.
Is that so the question is then, what at what point is respectability politics just being socially acceptable for the kind of
proximity to whiteness?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm even just thinking like workplace. I've run a business. I've had employees turn up. I guess they didn't need to turn up in. It was a media business, so they didn't turn up in any kind of dress. But I'm thinking if we had branched into other areas, would there have been a dress code linked to that? It's possible.
Yeah.
But what about the things you can't change then? So let's just say like hairstyles and things. Well, I mean, you can obviously change your hairstyle.
Yeah. But should you have to?
Exactly. And do you feel as though success sometimes is the first casualty? Sorry, self-expression is the first casualty when it comes to success, especially in this paradigm of white supremacy and being in Europe and being in the West.
I think you raised a really good point earlier when Eckoes, by the way, on the mention, when she said that we have to express ourselves in a certain way to get through the door initially. But I think that goes across the board. So I can't really take exception to that on a racial basis, because it's kind of like, okay, you're in an interview, you're gonna need to wear a shirt.
Yeah.
It's just kind of what is. So that's not. You can't. To me, you can't even classify that as white supremacy or anything. It's just culture. It's a cultural norm for Britain that, you know, you're in an interview, you're gonna have to turn up smart.
Yeah.
That's kind of what's got you through the door. And I guess it's beyond that point, the choices that you make or the things that you accept then that are probably the issue. So if there's something that you see being applied across the board and everyone's adhering to it, that is, I think it's very difficult to make an argument that you're being targeted or not being accepted. But if there is something, if there is a rule and that rule can only apply to you, that's when you have cause for some kind of, you know, grievance or to raise some kind of a, oh no, this feels like it's targeted now. I'll give an example. So I used to go to this barbershop. Well, I'm from West London. I'm from West London. West London, we always get completely dissed and destroyed for the fact that we are the cultureless side of London. All the other parts of London, they've got all the culture, they've got the local, you know, they speak the languages, you can just everything, you can absorb yourself in any kind of black culture. But West London don't have nothing. So I found myself in a position where I was going to a white bar. Don't judge me.
Wow.
I swear. Because my local barber was in Harlesden, and that was just long. It was long to get to, and they were Jamaican. They were always late. No disrespect. It was what it was. I loved them. The trims were great, but I started going to this white barber. Sorry, let me hit to the punchline. So I came in one day to the barber, and they said, no, sorry, it was a white barber, but my barber was black, by the way. So it was a white barber shop, but my barber was black. So I just go to a black barber. And I came in one day and he was like, oh, bro, just letting you know that you're going to have to start booking your trims in the evening. I was like, why is that? And the barber shop basically said, oh yeah, we can't do fades during the day anymore. I said, what do you mean you can't do fades during the day? It's like, oh, well, you know, they don't make us that much money, this, that, and the other. So already now, I'm pissed off twice now, because first of all, you said you can't do fades during the day, and then you're talking about how much money you make from doing fades. So I'm already getting peed off now. So obviously the owner comes in, who I used to chat to, and I was like, what's the deal with not doing fades during the day? It's like, oh, well, you know, it's just policy, no one particular, you know. I was like, it's racist. And he was like, oh, it's not racist, you know, black people aren't the only ones. I said, black people, the only thing a black person is coming to this, a black male is coming into the store for is a fade. Okay, that's the only thing we're coming in for. And I'm not saying they're the only people who get fades, because we all know every other culture has appropriated the fade. I'm not going to go into that right now. Yeah. But we are, that's all black people are coming in for. So you know this is going to disproportionately affect black people by saying no fades during the day. And everyone's, oh no, it's all right, don't make a big deal out of it. I was like, no, bum you, I'm not coming here. And then that was the last time I went there.
Yeah.
So I've never been in the barbershop since then. But that's just a very long story about how something can maybe not target you, but disproportionately affect your demographic. Yeah. And I think at that point you need to say something.
But at that point in that example, are you saying that's racism though?
Yeah.
Can I make the argument?
You can make the argument.
Would my argument be legit though? Because if, for example, I'm only charging you £20 for fades, right? And I know the other trims that white people get and other people get it's going to be a minimum 35 quid, right? And during those hours,
By the
is
way,
it
it's
hours?
not. It was the trims were expensive. Carry on.
But if it was kind of like that, yeah. And I know during those hours, most people would, I guess most of my clientele that would go up for the £35 trims go during those hours. Wouldn't it make sense as a business to say, listen, let's do you guys after 6, you know what I'm saying? And the people who are going to give me more money during those hours, especially if my lights and everything on during those times, it costs more.
But instead of having like a sundown town type thing fade, why not just open till 8 once a week and say anyone who wants anything, we're open till 8?
Yeah, but then you're telling the business owner how to run a business. You get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, because he's not doing it properly.
Exactly.
But is he not if he's making more money?
Then why does this certain thing have to be after hours and during the day? Why can't those people that came during the day come after work?
Exactly.
Like just open late and have whatever at any time.
Yeah,
You're making it inconvenient for the part of your demographic you think are going to be
Specifically.
who you think are going to be okay with it.
Yeah, who can I move around?
Exactly. Ultimately, the black barber who I'm talking about, he was at front of shop. He was the one that made them look busy during the day. And then once he had built up his clientele and, you know, everyone's looking, this is a barber shop that weren't doing particularly well, but it now looks busy. Now you want to come and you want to change the rules and, you know, so for me, regardless of whether or not it's for your, there's a lot of things you can do for your business that are still racist at the end of the day. They're still in disproportionately targeting one, you know, demographic, and therefore it is a racially based kind of, you know.
But it's something racist because it disproportionately affects a particular demographic. If it's based on race, if the thing is because of race, if that makes sense. If the people who are affected the most are people that look differently, they're of a different race, does that automatically make it racist?
No, you know what? That's a really good question.
Yeah.
Not automatically. I guess the reason why I said it was racist is because it felt racist. And it's something I've learned.
That's a valid thing.
You've got a post on that.
Yeah.
I know when something feels racist. I'm not the type of person to cry racism.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It felt racist.
Yeah.
It felt like kind of there's so much under. It's like the assumption that we're all going to be okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so. It wasn't just the point of what he was doing. It was all the assumptions that went along with it. You know, the assumption we're going to be okay with it. The assumption that we're going to be okay with being told that our money isn't good enough. The assumption that you can use us to build your business and then discard us when it's no longer convenient for you. The assumption that you don't want black people at the front of your store during the day because now we're starting to look like a black hair salon and we don't want to look like a black hair salon. All of these things were the subtext that weren't being overtly stated. Yeah. And it's the first time I've verbalized it, so the first time I thought about it. But that's why in my head, no, I just knew it was racist.
Yeah.
I can't tell you why.
Oh, so it wasn't a barbershop?
No, it was like a salon. Yeah, it was a barber / hair salon. So they had females. The females went into the back.
Okay.
The barber kind of was at the front. But the white barber didn't have no customers.
And the black barber, he was only cutting, doing fades. He didn't have any other styles.
No, all he did was he did other. He to be honest with you, I'm not going to go into too much. He liked cutting white people's hair.
Yeah,
He
but
was
fades.
He was trinny.
But he gave them fades.
He gave them fades, but occasionally he used to love getting the scissors out and doing. He was a good hairstylist. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But his money was made from fades.
Yeah.
He didn't have any. His clientele weren't that big.
So they tried to push him out too.
He was.
Obviously his clientele would have just been drastically reduced, no?
Yeah. I didn't back and forth too much with him because he wasn't. You got to fight for yourself in these situations. You know, I can't do it for you, man. I did what I needed to do. I called the owner in and I said, "This is racist. I'm not."
I said he called it out and he said, "Peace."
but then, couldn't one say that's a tendency of a lot of us black people to think something's racist? So, for example, like Brent just said there, right? Like that now forces you to then say, wait a minute, this doesn't just affect me. This affects the barber too. You know what I'm saying? When in reality, he could be fine because maybe he's got, you know what I'm saying? So, so is everything linked to race? And obviously, like I said, you had an amazing post. Check it out, people, about the feeling of racism, right? Yeah. How valid is that feeling though? Like, explain, if I'm a white person now, tell me why I should listen to what you're saying about feeling, right? Racism, even though I've never felt it like that.
There's a million different ways racism is enacted and felt, and they're not all verbal and they're not obvious. It's kind of, I always say that racism is like pregnancy. Like you've either grown a child and pushed it out of your body, or you have no idea what that feels like. And you can read as many books as you like and you can see all the movies, but you will never viscerally know what that feels like.
Yeah.
And if you ask someone to explain having a baby to me, like it's so beyond words. So when I'm saying this felt racist, it's because there's that energy shift. There's something in the air. There's a subtext. There's tone. There's the things that weren't said to my friend when she came in here. There's all these little things put together that form the bigger picture of me recognizing this feeling again.
Yeah.
And I just don't know how you explain that to someone unless you've gone through it.
And I guess it's important to really be able to put your finger on that feeling, because as we get older, it becomes more hidden and more complicated. You know what I mean? So, but yeah.
And also, just to jump on the point that you just literally just made about the black barber not feeling it. I think a lot of black people, I'm not going to say it's a coping mechanism, but I think black people on the whole, we are very good at adapting to our environment.
Yes.
And as such, we become A, very numb to racism. B, also, we don't always know when we're experiencing racism. And so you kind of have to be tuned a certain way, have a certain sensitivity to pick up when you're experiencing racism. And B, when you can be bothered to even challenge it.
This
because
is
it's
the thing.
exhausting.
Yeah.
Do you know what
You'd
I mean?
never get anything else done if you called out all the time. And also we want things as well. Like this man needs a job. You don't know how many children he has or what he needs to support. Like not everyone can like leave in a blaze of glory every time like something happens.
Black Rob in the chat, he's got a question. He says, do you think your barometer for racism is more sensitive because you actively create content focused on race day in and day out?
Is Black Rob the same guy who was?
Yes.
Okay. My Christian brother. I'll let you go first.
Yeah. Well, I'd say no because I don't actually create it all day and day. I'm a musician as well. So
Say that again?
I don't create it all day. I'm a musician. So I spend a lot of time doing lots of other things. But I think because I'm super interested in like the history of it and the language around it, that I understand it and maybe can see it faster than people that haven't looked at it as much, maybe. Maybe I'm quicker to call it out.
Yeah.
And on the back of that, I will say I don't either. First of all, my channel's only 2 years old, and this experience is about 8 years old. And secondly, my channel's not about race. That's why I like coming on this podcast, because it's the only opportunity I get to talk about race.
Yeah.
And I think it's an interesting conversation. I realise I like having these conversations because we don't have them enough. My channel's about, this is an example of racism. My channel is about black history, but it's ultimately pulled into the pool of being a race channel.
Yeah.
Because black people can't just talk about black and African history without having to also combat racism.
Yeah.
You know, it's like one of the things I say quite consistently is if you find black independent researchers or black Egyptologists or black anthropologists, what you'll find is that they're not allowed to just be experts in their field. Ultimately, we all end up becoming Sheikh Anta Diop's, which is a polymath. We have to become polymaths. It's not our choice. We have to, because we have to defend our choices, our decisions, and our conclusions on so many different fronts. Because they're not mainstream, they're not accepted. So whereas I just wanted to do, let me just talk about the pyramids, for instance. I'll start talking about the pyramids. Oh, the people who built the pyramids weren't black. Well, actually, they were. Prove it. Now I got to go to my anthropology pool and this, that, and the other, and I got to pull out. I got to do all of this stuff. Whereas, no offense, but a white person just comes along and just talks about the subject, and no one says anything to them. Do you understand what I mean? So it's like we have to become these racial experts, these polymaths. We have to, become experts in so many fields just to be able to share something, to share some research, to tell our people about something. Do you understand what I mean? So it's like, it's not a choice a lot of the time.
Yeah. But I think a lot of, by virtue of being black, a lot of people just assume what you're talking about is about race. I think there were some authors in 2020 when white people ran out and read everything that black person had ever touched. All these books that were not about race but by black people were lumped into the anti-racism books.
Yeah.
And they were like, this is just a love story. But it was just because it must have been, there must be a racial element in here because it's created by a black. We have other stories as well.
Yeah.
Why is that the case though? Why do see? Because I feel as though a lot of the time, and this I guess kind of speaks to your post as well, because all the time we get accused of the ones seeing things through the lens of race.
Yeah.
But that's proof right there. That's exactly what you do. You know what I'm saying? Everything has to be a racial thing. Like we're having to defend our race in certain situations simply because that's all you see.
Yeah.
And you'll comment on those particular things. But I did want to ask this question.
I just want to say, to answer that really quickly, we don't have the luxury of not seeing things through the lens of race.
Yeah.
That's the issue. We just don't have the luxury. I would love to not see things through the lens of race. I would love to go through a day without talking about racism. I would love to do all of that. Yeah. The problem is, or the issue is, I don't get the luxury to. I have everything that I do, every single thing that I do, everything that I post, everything that I say is challenged on the basis of race somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
Because every kind of system that we're in is so thoroughly indoctrinated against black achievement, against, against having black people in history, having this kind of pro-white, anti-black narrative that runs through every single thread of what we do. Even if we take history off the shelf and we talk about just literally our daily lived experience, then we talk about the image that people are given of black people on their television sets, and then having to combat that. It's like to just be a either successful or educated or whatever it is black person, you are an exception to a perception that's put out there. Yeah. And so ultimately someone's got to come along and be like, oh, how did you get like this? Or why are you like this? Or why aren't they like that? It's like you just don't escape it. Do you understand what I mean?
I'm glad you mentioned that because I think that's a good lead up to a video that I want Brent to play. But I've got another question that just came into my head. But that lead up is basically, even though we feel certain things and we are fully experienced, unfortunately, right, to have be experts in feeling these particular things, can we get it wrong? That's the question I want to ask. Like, can we get certain things wrong? Yeah. And is there a way for us to? Is it important for us, firstly, to acknowledge that we're wrong, and do we do that amongst ourselves, or do we do that amongst mixed company? Yeah.
I need context.
Okay. So, Brent, play this video, please.
All right. Good morning, Badu.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. I just wanted to touch on that as well because I'm not really in the workplace yet. I'm still like working towards that. But like at uni, I experience exactly what you're talking about. Like every single day, being someone from South London, like the way I talk, the way I walk, the way I move, like, bro, come on.
that sound effect is peak.
just the way I am as a person, innit? Like I can't just come to Bristol and change. You get me? Like I am who I am, and the fact that like just being me, I get weird looks, and I'm saying when I'm walking towards people or when I'm trying to walk past someone, they're tensing up and like it's like they're getting ready to defend themselves. I'm like, brother, like I'm saying, I'm just trying to get my education. I'm not gonna rob you. I'm not gonna stab you. I'm not gonna do anything to you. Like it's mad, and like I feel like a lot of people will get pressured to change because of that. Like people will come in and change the way they dress, the way they talk, the way they think, and it doesn't really matter because they're gonna treat you the same way anyway. Because the reason they're doing all of this is it's not really the way you act, is who you are. It's because you're a black person and you can't really scrub the melanin off your skin, can you? Like, you know what I mean? So I just wanted to add that.
You know what, Badu? Let me ask you a question, and this is a question to you guys in the room as well. Yeah. Obviously, Badu, you're a young guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
The way you dress, the way you move, the way you talk, is not going to be the same when you're 40, right? That's just natural. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you appear less threatening when you're 40, right, and because you've changed, that I guess is part of the equation, the reason why you're less threatening. Do you feel as though you're somewhat succumbing to the system by becoming less threatening and changing? Or do you feel as though, what's your thoughts on that? Because obviously you're a lot older than Badu, we're a lot older than Badu. Right now, we're obviously less threatening than when we were 20, you know what I'm saying? And at least we get stopped by police less than when we were 20, you know what I'm saying? There's certain things that's changed for us.
Yeah.
Are we part of the problem?
I wouldn't say you're part of the problem, innit? Like with time, you experience a lot of things, bro. Like, I'm not gonna be the same. I'm sure you guys like have kids and families and stuff, bro. Like that stuff changes you, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying, a kid is gonna make you softer. A kid is gonna make you, you know what I'm saying, experience a lot more different things. And like, you know what I'm saying, when you move out of the area, like you're not really like the bad areas. I mean. You're not really always looking over your shoulder because, bro, even while I'm here at uni, I'm moving like I'm in the ends, bro. Because I'm that indoctrinated. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So it takes a while for it to come out of you, but I think the first step is moving out of the ends, like permanently, and I'm working on that. So
I will say that I don't mean this in any condescending way. We, as someone who grew up in the late 80s, early 90s, we had a very different experience to the youth that are growing up today. And the perception of black wasn't, the people then might find this ironic, wasn't as threatening back then. I grew up where if you looked on the media perception of black people was, EastEnders had a black doctor. We grew up watching The Real McCoy. There was a lot more nuance to black culture than there is now. Black culture has been oversimplified, hypersexualized, Americanized, and I think there's been a very concerted and deliberate media attempt to really basically place black people within a very, very limited perception and demographic, and I think young people are feeling the effects of that when they leave the house now, because everything that is produced, even like all these shows that people like, and I'm not gonna call out any particular names, but like there's like a show on Netflix about superheroes where guys are stabbing each other, and black life is not valued in the slightest. And I remember when this was all starting, when I was kind of like at the tail end of college and Kidulthood came out. And I say this as someone who's a friend of Femi. I hated that movie.
Shout out, Femi.
Because it put out what was a very false narrative back then, but ultimately has started to become a true narrative. Or then, is it true? Well, yes, it is true partially. But it became a true narrative. It's something that our culture has then grown into because it's just been bombarded onto our youth. And then as a result of being bombarded to the media, it gets bombarded to the teachers, it gets bombarded through society. So everyone treats these people like that. And that ultimately starts to create what people see. Yeah. And this is really long and convoluted. I don't want to go into it too much, but I do think there's a massive, massive, massive impact in terms of what the media puts out about our culture and what our culture ultimately becomes. And ultimately, we end up having to fight that. And that's what I just heard on the phone call. I heard someone that is basically experiencing people tensing up and being fearful as he walks past. That's because they've seen something.
But I think it's also
to
the media and all the coded words for blackness that we can disseminate racism without actually saying be scared of black people. Kind of, I don't remember knife crime being as such a buzzword when I was growing up. Yeah. But it's all that kind of like these people being stabbed and like regardless of the colour, we think of black boys and we like the gangs and all this stop and search and all these things that we keep like proliferating throughout like the media that is saying that black boys are dangerous. And I have to be careful to speak on this because as a woman growing up, it's a slightly different experience. But I feel like we've really concentrated, we've distilled black youth down to crime now. And he's living the effects of that.
Absolutely. I remember when the postcode wars started. I remember that, literally. I was an adult, a young adult, but I was an adult when the postcode war started, and I couldn't believe it was real. It just felt like I was living in a movie. These things all had a beginning. It's like I almost saw the architecture of this, what they were trying to do with black people in England, and I've seen it play out. Do you know what I mean? This was something that I feel was very much, created. We were created to become what the culture is kind of like moving towards. And I still think there's plenty of time for us to address it. And I think people like Eckoes, myself, like this channel, who put out this kind of messaging, what people need to hear, which is alternative messaging, is important. It'll play a massive role in people being like, this is dead. But we do need to, I guess, on the how do we address this, I feel we need to start rejecting a lot of this messaging that goes out. I had a LinkedIn post come up the other day, and it was like, "Oh, well done! I'm so proud. This show on Netflix, superhero show. I got nominated for something and the other, and obviously all the black people are, oh, well done, well done." I just left a comment and I said, "Are you proud of this?" I don't care. I said it. And that's my real name on LinkedIn as well. I was like, "Are you proud of this?" Do you understand what I mean? Because it's like I want to celebrate, I want to enjoy a show, but at what point do we? Because I think what we've gotten used to is celebrating individual black success at the detriment of our future, at the detriment of our children. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, well done, you've made £1 million for yourself, but you've thrown my kids under the bus. Do you understand what I mean? My kids can't get a job now. People are scared of them when they're at university, when they're just trying to learn because of the image that you are perpetuating because you weren't brave enough to challenge this thing that's coming out or turn down that role. Do you understand what I mean?
Is the
Couple of things.
Sorry. Could I just add to my point, please?
Yeah,
Or
just
just
now.
add that extra context?
Just now.
Just now.
Eckoes, where did you grow up?
North London.
North London. And there was no knife crime as such?
Sorry?
There was no knife crime as such?
No.
Oui.
No.
All right, good part.
Yeah.
And Andrew,
Yes.
what's your beef with Supercell?
Why are you mentioning
You said
their
it.
name? I never said it.
It's too late. You said
I was talking about
superheroes.
the other show.
You said superheroes.
I was talking about the one in Nigeria.
Badu, could you now expand on your point?
Yeah, I was saying like, I don't let it get to me in it because I'm reading the comments and these men are getting onto me. I'm saying I don't let it get to me. I'm just saying, a lot of people, I see it. Like I see the effects that it has on other people. I see it. It kind of bothers me, but like, it doesn't stop me from doing what I need to do with it. Like, I'm saying I still get shit done. So, yeah, just
Amen.
But it should bother you.
And it
I
clearly
don't think-
does because we're talking about it.
Exactly. And it should bother you. Why should you be ashamed? The thing about it is like we're expected to be this, like I always say, as growing up as a black person, anywhere in this world requires such mental fortitude that other people don't have to go through. Do you understand what I mean? It's like people talk about mental health in the black community. It's like, what do you expect? We're literally gaslit from the moment we're born that this persecution we feel, literally it's all in our minds, got nothing to do with anything, and every person we turn to, black or other, just says, "Oh, get on with it, mate. Oh, what are you moaning about, mate?" And then we wonder why down the line, every now and then, someone just cracks and ends up, you know what I mean, living in a tree. You know, of course, because some people are going to, at some point, their brain is going to explode and they're not going to be able to take it anymore. You know, so this young man, obviously, who's on the call, it should bother you.
Yeah.
Why should you be okay with walking down the street and people, looking this way and that, and he's
Well, but it happens every day,
like he's
though.
on road when he's in university? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Why should
It
you
happens.
accept
It
that?
happens everywhere, though, bro. Like
But that
it
doesn't
happens at
make it
work.
right.
It happens,
Yeah.
bro. I get it every single day. Like everywhere I am, it doesn't change. It doesn't. You need just an example, bro. Like I get it at work. I get it, or like walking down the road. I get it everywhere. I'm used to it right now, innit? But like, I see the way it affects other people around me. Because there's a black guy in my flat right now. One of my flatmates, he's changed his whole persona because of this. Like, I'm still just the way I dress. I don't care about what these men think about me.
And
I'm saying,
that's what I think that he meant when he said it doesn't bother him. It
like,
doesn't
I don't
affect his progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, I prefer them to be like worried about me so they don't bother me. Like, you know what I'm saying? The disrespect doesn't come because they, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's all I wanted to say, man. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Budu.
much,
Thank
man.
you for
Yeah.
sharing your experiences.
See, the thing is, I agree with what you're saying in terms of the role of the media exacerbating certain things.
Creating.
But
I'm going to be strong now. I'm going to say creating. Not
okay, see,
exacerbating.
I'm not sure I agree with that part fully, yeah. Because in certain environments, even though like at certain times, maybe in the 80s or whatever, we might not have heard black on black crime, knife crime, all that sort of stuff in London like that, right? It still existed. Like we were still doing certain things in certain estates and certain hoods. Like certain things existed, right?
Yeah.
So if, for example, I don't even want to bring up Femi in this, but if, for example, something does
Shout
come
out
up,
Femi.
big up Femi every
Shout
time.
out, big up. I used to have time.
But if something does come up, like a kidhood and stuff, yeah, is that perpetuating the thing, or is that telling the story of lived experiences? Do you know
This
what I'm
is the
saying?
excuse I always used to
It's an
hear.
excuse, though.
It absolutely isn't.
Why?
Come on.
Tell me why.
It
Come
used to
on.
really irritate me because this is the thing. So I'd meet these people, and the line I always hear was, "It's just it's our reality, fam."
Look at this
Like,
guy.
you know, this is what we live through. This is what we live through. Do you see white people making movies about grooming gangs and paedophilia? Do you see MPs making movies about them?
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, it's our reality. Do you see? I used to teach in an area in West Useley. Okay, I used to teach in an area called Useley. It's an area that it's not too far from here. It's west, kind of out past by Uxbridge. This is an area where in my form class I had the two. So it's a white area, like a proper racist white area. Two of the girls in my form class are being abused by their uncles. Two, not one, two. And that was just like the norm throughout the school. Kids just grow up, knife crime, rife, yeah? This is London, just on the outskirts, London/Hillingdon, whatever. Usually, this is a part of white society. They don't make movies about it. Yeah, they're not signing. I'm sure they had loads of little white boys who want to do rappers coming out of that area. They're not signing them. Oh, let's see what you got. They're not signing these white rappers talking about my uncle raped my sister. Like, they're not talking about that. This is not. And this is not something that you want to perpetuate. It's not something you want to advertise. It's something that you realize this is an ill. And therefore, what we want to do is we want to encourage and we want to build these people. We want to take these people, which is what I used to do. I used to take them to central London because a lot of them used to be like, talk to the girls, I want to be a hairdresser. Talk to the boys, I want to be a builder. Nothing wrong with that. Both respectable. But they didn't see beyond anything. They're hairdresser because their mum was a hairdresser and their mum's mum was a hairdresser. And the boys were, I'm a bricklayer. That's if they're aspirational.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's all they had. And so I used to take them on trips. I took them to central London, this, that, and the other, let them see. And they used to come back and the eyes were open. Oh my gosh, I can be this, that, and the other. There's all these different jobs I can be. Aspirational, you take them out of it. You don't take the worst aspects of your existence and then make a song about it. So, oh, it's just real. Because if that was everything, why aren't you making songs about the other stuff that's not so cool? You know what I mean? Because the killing people, that's cool apparently. But why aren't you making songs about the other aspects of growing up that aren't so cool? So,
Why
I
people
agree
do
with
make
you.
the videos about like drugs and stuff?
This
innit?
is what I mean. Like, I agree that, like, I think it's because black people only get a single narrative. So when we make films about like drugs and violence and stuff, that is blackness. But we don't look at the mob films or the mafia films or the American Psycho films and be like, that is white people. They get to have the love story and there's a historian and all this other stuff. Like, so it's not that there's no such thing as racialized behavior. Like, everyone commits crime exactly the same rates. But if we only perpetuate the narrative about one of us, then it seems like that's where all the crime is coming from. And it's just not true.
So is that basically what you're saying as well? Because I think that's more so, I understand what you're saying in terms of exacerbating, and I think that's where I would come in. I would say it's exacerbation of that particular thing and having an agenda to push that, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of created, unless you're talking about some other factors also put in there by white supremacy to create those environments,
Do you know why
then
I
I can
say
agree.
the word?
Yeah.
Do you know why I say the word created? Because all of that narrative feeds into the perception of how people perceive.
Yeah.
Because it's not just affecting us directly; it affects us indirectly.
Yeah.
So when I go to a school in Newsley, where the last 5 students who have been excluded are all black, yeah. And the justification for these exclusions is literally zero justification. But when a white child is doing exactly the same thing, the school's got inclusion programs, it's working with them. It's like I had a kid in my form, I'm not gonna mention his name, and he was like, no offense, but like it's like you want to work with kids, but at the same time, this kid, his rap sheet was so long, and the school just refused to explain it. Oh, we've been working so long with him, blah, blah, blah. I can't say his name, but we've been working so long with him, it would be such a terrible thing to get rid of him now. You know, we've made so much progress. It's like, what does this kid need to do? A black child shouts at a teacher. I kid you not, shouts at a teacher. Never had any previous anything, excluded instantly. Yeah? These are the things that feed into that.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? So it makes it justifiable. It makes it okay. And this is why I'm very stringent on the fact that, no, I think our media perception creates the problem.
Yeah.
It doesn't exacerbate. I feel like it creates the problem. And perhaps our behavior from there exacerbates it. But the media creates it. And like Eckoes just said, the media can create any narrative they want. So the media, whatever the media says is real. If they wanted knife crime to disappear in the black community tomorrow, they'd just stop reporting on it.
Yeah.
If they stop, I'll tell you right now, if they stopped reporting on knife crime, it wouldn't take a year or two for knife crime to just kind of stop, because it wouldn't be associated with us. No one would be seeing it. No one would be expecting it. Everything would change. The way the teachers are approaching kids would change. The way the police are approaching, everything would change. So people don't realize how creative the media is as an institution. It creates narratives, and those narratives then play out.
It's a huge propaganda machine. Yes, I agree with you. But the people partaking, unfortunately, in knife crime are not necessarily, don't need the media. You know what I'm saying?
But these are people that have been failed by all the systems around them.
Yes.
So the capital of knife crime used to be Glasgow, and that's, I think it's like 6 black people in Scotland, like completely. So we cannot say that's a racialized thing. Those
how
are
long ago
white
was
kids.
Roughly.
I think that was about 10 years ago.
There you go.
So, and they managed
go.
to solve their problems by changing the police system. And these are low-income socioeconomic problems. And they managed to change that by changing the police's relationship with the community.
Yeah.
But the problems so when we're kind of wringing our hands about what to do about knife crime, we have a template that has worked. One of the reasons it won't work in London is because the disconnect between communities and the policing, because we have lots of police that come in from like random places that have no black people and just come in scared, and there's no relationship between the police forces and the communities. So all it does is it's combat, and there's no, they're not working with anyone to solve any crimes or any of that. So there are ways, if the actual care was to stop the knife crime, we could employ everything that we've seen working, but stopping knife crime isn't the point.
Yeah.
It's perpetuating it and showing it as the problem, the scourge of black communities, rather than actually doing anything about it. So don't post it on the news every 5 minutes pretending that you care that these boys aren't around anymore, because you're not trying to save them in the first place.
And I'm just going to add to that as well. So the reason that point stands out so strong as well is because when Glasgow was the capital of knife crime, was knife crime a problem in the UK?
I didn't hear about it.
Who heard about knife crime? Was everyone turning around and going, oh, those Glaswegians are stabbing each other?
Yeah.
Scot on Scot crime.
but that, again, that speaks to the exacerbation and not necessarily creating. I think other factors created it, and not the media. Though.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
No, so my point is that, yes, knife crime existed and was rife in Glasgow, as in kids are going around stabbing each other, but the media is not, like you said, exacerbating it. The media is not covering it. It's not seen as a white problem. It's not seen as a Scottish problem. Nothing. But the media have been reporting on knife crime in the black community for longer than 10 years.
Yeah.
So this is why I say, no, it sounds more like a creation thing because it's now transferred from Glasgow, wherever, to these young London boys. And yes, I'm not saying gang. By the way, people even using the word gang violence. Do you realise that gangs are a recent invention in London? I don't think they realise that. And this is why I say creation. Gangs didn't exist before kidulthood. I can tell you that right now. Yes, people can say they were from certain areas. Yeah, I'm from this ends up. But the whole idea of a gang, that's new terminology. And that's coming from someone who's grown up in London. You can't tell me that gang is old. The word gang wasn't used.
Have we got that from America?
Yeah, that's an American
Yeah.
thing. This is an import that has really taken root in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
This whole idea of gang culture. Gang wasn't a thing in the UK. People didn't talk about it. People could say they're from certain what sides you from, what ends you from, this, that, and the other. But the whole idea of being in a gang, that wasn't words that was used.
I don't agree with this. I really don't, because
You
before
have to remind me.
kidulthood,
You have to give me evidence.
before kidulthood, those people in the country in the East End, they were called gangs, and it used to be called gangland violence.
No, but I'm talking about in black community.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So yeah, you're right. So gangs did exist, but gangs. So that's perfect. I'm glad you said that. Gangs were associated with the craze, and do you understand what I'm saying? So gangs were associated with East End white violence. You heard the word gang in the UK, you used to think white people. Now you hear the word gang in the last 20 years, it's been a complete rebranding, and it's black people.
But is this purposeful or is this semantics though? Because in the 80s there was still, like in my area, there was still like even if
Violence,
you say,
yeah, of course.
even if you don't say, oh, that's a gang, you know it means the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think you can say that, but I think there's power in semantics.
Yeah, I hear
Yeah.
you.
Do you understand what I mean? There's power in narratives, because now by verbalizing it as a gang, you've now created this thing. So you've grown up in a certain area, and you've known, okay, these are the youths from road. Yeah, for instance, you might say something along those lines. Okay, these are the road youths, this, that, and the other, blah blah blah. You know, so you can't go certain places, it's gonna pop off, whatever. Okay, yeah, we know all of that.
Yeah.
But now using this gang narrative, you've now created this entity which you're either a part of or you're not a part of. You feel fearful if you're not a part of it. Do you understand what I mean? So you've created, it has all of these kind of surrounding narratives around it, where it's kind of like an either or. Do you understand what I mean? And now this is, and that's how it worked in the white community as well. You know, when the Craze were doing it, you know, you're a part of this gang or you're not a part of that gang.
Yeah.
In America, it's the Bloods and Crips or whatever. You're a part of this gang or you're not a part of this gang. So that narrative being infused into black culture has been incredibly destructive, I would say.
And I think it's also that connotation of gang is synonymous with some sort of violence going on. When you're thinking it's just like those are just some random black kids. Like, but when you say now that's a gang, now you're fearful. Now you think there is some sort of, they're in like cahoots to, it's them and us, and it's that divide. It's not just lost kids.
Yeah.
I think that's where it gets really dangerous.
I hear what you're saying, right? But I feel as though, I think that you're right about the whole gang thing. Labeling certain things is a way to criminalize certain things, but also to inject the fear, like you're saying. But I don't think that necessarily, at least not initially, created a fear amongst ourselves. Because you know who's in what gang. But you just
I'm
know.
not talking about the fear. I'm talking about the semantics.
Even the identification of it though.
Yeah, but
You know what I'm saying?
I think once again, we can't limit what's happened or what's happening in the black community to our own perception.
Yeah.
Because the biggest impact we get comes from the outside and the outside perception. Do you understand what I mean? So once that word gang has been associated and applied to the black community, that's when it impacts everybody.
Yeah.
It impacts everybody. It impacts the way people think, the way people feel about us. It impacts so many different layers of our society. And the thing about it is people who have grown up in this, they're hearing the words I'm saying and they're thinking it sounds really extraordinary. But I've grown up in an England where there weren't gangs. You have to understand that. I'm not saying there wasn't violence. I'm not saying that, you know what I mean, there were bad man and this, that and the other. But I grew up in an England where there weren't gangs. You can't, if you haven't grown up in an England where there weren't gangs, then what I'm saying is going to fly right over your head. I've seen the creation of these entities. I've seen the creation of this language. I've seen the shift in the media get worse and worse towards black people. When I was growing up, black people we're barely on the news. When we're on the news, it's for we've got flies in our eyes in Africa. Yeah, that was like the number one thing. Or occasionally there's been some really random violent act. That's the only time they'd put you on the news. But it was very few and far between. So ultimately, we didn't have this massive negative impact coming from the media. What you have now on the news is daily injection of there's been a stabbing in Luton Town. You know what I mean? There's been a stabbing here, stabbing there, That this is a daily kind of, and then when there's been a stabbing and it wasn't a black person, then they don't show you the assailant's face.
Yeah.
And then just know people will just assume it's a black person.
Because stabbing has become synonymous with young black boys.
Yeah. Even in my area, there was one of the most famous stabbings that took place, because there haven't been many. I live in West London, like I said before. I live in the suburbs.
Yeah, everybody's asking where you grew up.
I can't give too much detail. But there was a stabbing, and this stabbing was a white boy, repeat offender, by the way, who had stabbed before and hadn't been given proper jail sentence because he was white. Okay, he came out, and the person he stabbed was this half black, half Asian boy, who was just at the station with his mate, and he stabbed him to death. Now, throughout the media coverage of this, everyone assumed because the victim was black that the perpetrator was black, and it was only when it finally got the conviction, blah blah blah, that they revealed it was a white person that stabbed him, and then they just move on. And this happens all the time. When they, even on the assumption of someone being black, the media know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
They won't put a name out, they won't put a face out, and they know that everyone. So even with us accepting that knife crime is this black thing, I still don't believe that it is.
It's not.
I still, from what I know, like teaching in uni, this, that, and the other, I know white people are going out stabbing each other as much, if not more, than black people.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it's the way they're reporting it in the media is very selective.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that is being absorbed at every layer of society.
Agreed.
It's being absorbed by the youth. It's being absorbed. Not everyone has the fortune of two parents and steady income. Some kids are being raised by the streets. They're being raised by the hood. Like that's a fact.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean? Like I grew up in a single parent household. Yeah. My mum was working constantly, and I was raised by my siblings. Do you understand what I mean? So it's like I know what that's actively like to basically make your decisions based on what you see around you.
Exactly.
Is that what I mean? And I was very fortunate to kind of be where I'm at the moment. Like I was fortunate, my siblings, we all did really, really well. But the point being that every layer of society is viewing you a certain way. That's going to have a massive impact on the kind of people that society raises, that society creates. You know?
Again, obviously not to repeat myself here, but I agree with you. I think disagree on the inception. At what point you then attribute the media's role in this? Because like you said, when you're young, being raised by your siblings, being raised by your environment, is the media really informing how your outlook?
No, but it's informing other people how to view you.
Yeah, but how you're navigating life, how the things you're doing,
they're ultimately linked.
At some point.
I can tell you right now, when I was at school, only situations now that I look back when I realized how poorly I was treated in school.
Yeah.
I was treated really poorly in school by teachers. And I was fortunate in that the academic world, I could access it. Yeah. So I was very, very fortunate. Not everyone is like, can access academic world and exams. I could always access it. I was fortunate. I know that. That's a fortunate. Even my friends used to say, "Oh, bro, you don't do any work." So I know that I was very fortunate in that regard.
Yeah.
Me being fortunate doesn't mean that I get to turn around and tell everyone, "Oh, just pull your sock." Because I had a lot of friends who weren't that, who weren't that way inclined, who tried but weren't that way inclined, and they were mistreated the same way I was mistreated, and their lives haven't played out the same way that my life has played out. Do you understand what I mean? I only realized that looking back now. I was like, "Wow, that was really racist," And I've got loads of these stories when I was going through school, and we were treated really poorly. Now, once again, I will go to the fact that people are going to make their decisions based on the information they're given about, they're going to come in with either good expectations or bad expectations. So whether or not you know it, you are being affected on a daily basis by the messages the media puts out. Because a lot of these people, they've never met black people or, before, and instantly they're going to treat you in a certain way.
I'm agreeing with all of this. Like Malcolm said it best. The media is the most important tool, most powerful tool in the hands of the oppressed. So the oppressors, you know what I'm saying? So I hear what you're saying there. But in my head, I think this is maybe why some people are having a problem with this in the chat as well, is that when we were young, and we grew up in the estates or whatever it may be, we didn't read newspapers and watch TVs to inform how we moved. Do you get what I'm saying? It's all from around us. I didn't know anything outside of Mayor Street, Clarence Road, Square, Pembrey for years.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, and newspapers and that didn't tell me how to maneuver. And so I saw things for real. And that made me, you know what I'm saying? So I hear what you're saying, but I feel like in terms of creating it, I'm not too sure. I feel as though other factors created those things, but the media exacerbated. I think that's the only difference for me.
I think it's the same issues everywhere, and if you put certain socioeconomic factors together, you will get certain results from certain places. That's what happened in Glasgow, it will happen in like Azerbaijan, it will happen in Hackney. But if the media disseminates a certain view when certain people are doing it, it becomes everyone's experience of blackness.
True indeed.
And that's the issue that I have. And then where we become complicit in that is when we then stand up and make these gang films and we're doing like this, and we start perpetuating that ourselves. Then we're also adding to the fuel that we're putting out, that this is our view of blackness. And I personally get fed up with no more gang films. Like, how much more is there to say? Like, I'm so tired of it. Why can't we change our own narrative?
Agree. Think about it this way as well. If I use the word extremism, what religion do you think of straight away?
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Okay.
Irish.
No one thinks of the Western nations, going around belligerently bombing the rest of the world for the past 10 decades, whatever you want to say, in the name of their religion. No one thinks of that religion when it comes to extremism, but they're the extremists because they're the ones who will kill you if you don't do what it's. No one calls it Christian extremism. No one calls it that. No one even calls it Western extremism. No one calls it terrorism. All of these words are associated with that culture. Now compound that with this discussion right now. If it's their reality, why isn't Islam making movies about bombing people? This is the reality, isn't it? It's what we grew up with. Well, okay, so why aren't they making religion about being suicide bombers? Suicide bomber cell. Where's that?
You know what? Let me throw this back at you, but because of this particular point, I remember hearing Dr. John Henrik Clark here, legendary historian, as you guys know, right, talking about how difficult it is for black scholars to, I guess, spend so much time getting PhDs and all that sort of things in particular disciplines. Because who's really trying to fund your life for 3 years of study? We can't always do that. I want to kind of parallel that to this, where you've got creatives who are not necessarily going to get funded to do the love story, to do the other thing.
Yeah.
The big institutions kind of want more of the top boy. They want more of that.
Yeah.
Is it right for us to say that they threw our communities under the bus, or are they just part of, you know what I'm saying, the overall scheme of things?
I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, I think that's really tough.
I've pondered it. First of all, I remember when Top Boy came out, and Top Boy's writer is white, and I remember there was a pushback, from our community about Top Boy, about this show that was being produced by some middle-class white guy and his perceptions of the black community, basically. And that show, by the way, which black people consume for God knows what reason, did its best to undermine black people on every level. So they were the runarounds, but they weren't the top boys. They will get chiefed up by any other. It was like Andrew Tate's wet dream about what he would do with black people. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It was like it just denigrates us on every. I haven't watched it, but I know the storylines, and I watched a couple of episodes where I just wanted to see, and I was like, wow, this is just really taking a mick. It doesn't even. And then people will embrace it, and it becomes. If you look at certain sects of society, they've grown up with that. And those, it's all reality. It's like, it's not, it was written by a white dude. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? This is what I'm talking about. This is why I use the word creation and not exacerbation, because you can't even call that an accurate depiction, because it wasn't even written by one of us. It was written by someone to make some ends.
So
Now,
what's the answer? Do we say that we will no longer be in these type of films? It doesn't matter who's created them, or...
Yeah.
But then if you are, I know for me in the arts, you don't have as many choices. So do what you say to an actress. It's like, these are your opportunities. You're going to let the culture down if you take them, or you won't have a career if you don't. Like, what? How do you reconcile that?
And this is the thing, because this is why I said it's a hard question, because A, how much do I blame the actors? You know, that seems somewhat unfair. But also, once again, I'll talk about my upbringing. You know, I'm from a school or from a period of time where we used to use this term called a sellout. And we all knew what it was. Do you understand what I mean? Like, we all knew what it was. It was like a sellout was someone who's taken money over the lasting impact something's going to have on our community. If you've chosen money first, we'll turn around and say, you're a sellout. It's a harsh thing to say, but this is the reality. And there are certain people who are happy to sell out the black community.
That's true.
Repeatedly, over and over again. You know, and it comes a point where you kind of go, I'll give an example. David Oyelowo, I know a lot of people probably like him. Some people might actually know him here. I don't like the dude. And I'll tell you why I don't like him. Because he did a film called Shoot the Messenger, which if you know, you'll know. If you don't know, you haven't watched it. I need to challenge him about that before I accept. Because I feel like he's gone through a little bit of a change. All the black people who kind of sold us out during Black Lives Matter came out as pro-black, which is just interesting. It was interesting to see that. All the black people who never heard them use the word black before, Black Lives Matter, they're coming out like, oh my God, I've been through so much. I'm like, okay, really? But anyway, so he came out of his video, so maybe he's going through it. But the point is, he made a film called Shoot the Messenger. And in this movie, it was made by the BBC, by the way, produced by the BBC. I think written by a white person because, you know, there you go. It was the most racist film I've ever seen in my life. But it got away with not being racist because he was the main character and all the racist stuff was coming out of a black person's mouth. So it's basically like the childhood of Kemi Badenoch.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Not too much in Kemi. Not too much in Kemi. Man doesn't like it.
It must have been like her brave child. I mean, she would have loved to be in the movie. And he would say the most racist and outrageous things about black people. He cussed black women's hair. He cussed young black, like everything. All of this projection of what white people think about the black community coming through a black mouth. Now, I watched that movie and I was like, this guy's a sellout. Because there comes a point where you kind of got to go, yeah, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, you have to stand for something.
Yeah, I'm not doing this. But then here's where it gets difficult. There were protagonists. There were black people. They weren't seen as protagonists, but there were black people in that movie who were standing up for the black people. Yeah. So, were they sellouts too for being in this movie? Because ultimately, they're still so into the narrative that the movie was given. But because they're not playing the actual sellout, because do I have to turn around and say they're all sellouts? Because you've done your role really well where you stood up for black people and said, and you've argued against them, this, that, and the other. But ultimately, the movie was horrible. Do you understand what I mean? So then where do you draw the line about who's a sellout and who isn't a sellout? So that's why I was like, it's difficult because it's kind of like, can I judge individuals? I don't know.
Is it tricky because then you have to speak to assuming you know people's intention? So, for example, I don't know how many years ago this was. I'm assuming it was a while ago, right?
What's the Shoot the Messenger? It's about 15 to 20 years old.
Okay. So this is long before you had the likes of Kemi Badenoch and stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
What if his thinking was, you know what? This is creative. I like the way it's written. And I feel like black people, we need to be mindful of people like this in our community. Since I'm somebody who wants to be something in life, I will take on the main role to kind of feed to our people, to our community, what we need to be mindful of. So that when we see this personified in a, no disrespect, Kemi Badenoch, 15 years later, we know what to shun. We know what to, you know what I'm saying? Because it's hard for us to say, okay, somebody who's acting is doing something that feeds into white supremacy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we don't know the person's intent.
Yeah.
And he could be a proper pro-black person behind the scene.
Yeah.
Let me not go too far. But you get what I'm saying? He might not be an enemy. You know what I'm saying? He might not be a sellout. Yeah. And I feel like sellout is a big stand to put someone.
But I feel like the character he played didn't exist. This is what I feel. Okay. And that's why I was just like, this movie is horrible. But then, like I said, I view these things these ways often because I always look at things from kind of like an impact perspective. That's what I always do. And I know a lot of people don't consume media that way. That's where they can just sit down, they can enjoy Top Boy and Power. I can't even have that on in my house.
Yeah.
They are banned. Top Boy, Power, Empire, no way. No way. My children have never ever consumed any of those messages because I know how destructive they are, and I don't want anything that's going to impact my children's self-view. You know, so they don't see that side. They don't see that side of, you know, blackness. They don't see that projected blackness. So they're all very much, you know, products of their own, you know what I mean, rather than their own reality, their own reality rather than what the media is imprinting on them. So I appreciate the fact that not everyone has that perspective, but
Before we stare back to what we were talking about, I do want to read out Izzy Bambino's point. He said, not to be that guy, but genuine question: who is more anti-black, Kemi Badenoch or the creators of the latest shoot up black people film? That's if you see any of them as anti-black.
See, this is the thing. I don't think all shoot up black people. I think it's all about intent. I don't think all. See, this going back to this whole. This is just our reality. Yeah, there are certain films that can show our reality and be a shoot up black people film, but do it in a way in which I agree with the premise. I agree with the outlook. A good comparison would be to compare a Spike Lee movie, you know, to a kidulthood. There's going to be a complete difference in the balance of the narrative, in the overriding moral of the story. You know, I don't look back at Boys in the Hood and think, oh, what a terrible movie. You know, I think it's a movie that, I'm not saying it's perfect, but overarchingly, a lot of black people can just appreciate it as a piece of art. It touches on a very, you know, delicate part of our society, you know what I mean, in terms of the violence, things that can happen. I don't feel like it glorifies it, you know what I mean? It puts it in a balanced perspective, and ultimately it's a film that I'd watch with my kids. But there's a lot of films that I just wouldn't watch with my kids because they're executed in a way that I feel is detrimental. And I feel like you have to approach art in the way of, is this going to be positive or is it going to be detrimental? If you really want to tell the story about, you know, what we go through or what you go through, tell it right. Do you understand what I mean? Tell it, don't just talk about shooting a man and say, oh, it's my reality. Talk about your fear then. If you want to talk about this is your reality, tell us about your fear. Tell us about how it can go wrong. Tell us about, you know, how you're scared to go to certain places. Like if you frame it in a real way, it's got to be very hard for people to then turn around and accuse you of being a sellout or accuse you. But when it's the glorification of these things without any thought of, you know what I mean, that's not reality. What you're selling there is not your reality. What you're selling there is what you know will sell, and it's simple and it's detrimental and it makes you a sellout.
I think we have to be mindful of the world we actually live in. Black people, we don't have the luxury of separation between art and life that white people do. So whenever anything that we create becomes who we are to people who have never met us, and white people, they can have a million different stories and it's all just fantasy and it's not real and like the mob doesn't exist and all of that. So at some point we have to have responsibility for the way that we are perceived if we are creating that ourselves. And at what point do we say, we don't need any more of that. Let's diversify our own story.
At the risk of attributing negative things to black culture, right? Do you feel like isn't it difficult for us to then say, this particular thing is where we draw the line? No more of this and some more of this. It's kind of like, I guess, where people used to say stuff about how the new school, Soulja Boy and all them type of stuff like the drill and all that sort of stuff is not real hip hop, or it's just more mumble rap or whatever it may be, right? And people used to say, no, but prior to this, there was messages in rap. There was this, there was that.
Yeah.
We need to stop all of that. But then the young will be like, wait a minute, this is our reality, this, that, and the third. And they can't necessarily relate to us. Also, in the working environment where people are like, okay, cool. Like no one's saying, and this will be like us, people our age who are maybe professionals or whatever it may be, come out and say, look, no one's saying you shouldn't be yourself, but look professional. What does that look like? Whose lens are we using to say that? Because sometimes it is at the expense of our self-expression.
Yeah.
And sometimes it is an erosion of our culture. Where do we draw the line? Like, how do we know that this is the right place we've drawn the line? Do you get what I'm saying? To then try and enforce that. You know what I mean?
I think I have a perception to use, since you said the name already, to use Supercell as an example. This is a show that was recommended to me by my sister. Shout out to her. She loves it. So this isn't like some universal thing in terms of like my circle. She loves Supercell.
Mine too.
I absolutely despise it. The reason I despise it though is very specific, okay? Because it had all of the potential in terms of the character balance that it had. I felt it did that quite nicely. It had the lovely black romance that took place. It had the kids who were growing up on the estate and it was rough. And so to me, it had all the potential. What I didn't like, and I knew was deliberate, and I knew exactly what they were doing, was the way they basically completely devalued black life in that show, in that the protagonist guy was stabbed to death, I think on 3 different occasions. He was a time traveler. Every time he tried to visit this boy, the boy would stab him, his gang would stab him to death. And I'm like, once again, that is not reality. Even in gang culture, you do not see people in gangs, there's a guy doing a day job, you know what I mean? An honest guy doing a day job, let's go and rob him and stab him and kill him. That doesn't happen. So this is what I'm talking about when they write these things and they, it's just your culture, we're just trying to, no, you're not. What you're doing is you're participating and trying to create, I always go to creation as opposed to exacerbate, trying to create realities that don't exist. So now, even as a black person who's chosen, I'm not gonna be a part of that culture. I'm gonna do it on this stage, I'm gonna be a delivery guy, this, that, and the other. Now you can't even be safe. You can't even be safe because we're gonna be putting out the ideas, dropping in that energy where now you're a target. If that was a white protagonist, would they have played out that same storyline where every time he's coming into contact, he's getting stabbed to death? They wouldn't have done that. They did it because he was black. And once again, I always see things through that lens as why have they done this? It hasn't added to the narrative. It wasn't necessary in that. They could have shown this boy and shown an arc where he's kind of like been involved, but he gets these powers. First of all, he's using them irresponsibly, and then but they chose to just bombard us with these negative narratives. Do you know what I mean? Once again, I just see it as a deconstruction. They do these things deliberately all the time, and I hate it. This is just my view on it.
So not to be annoying, but in that example you gave, what are you saying this basically does? Are you basically saying the average person who's got no affinity with gang culture and stuff, mind his business, delivery guy, now moves through life scared of other black people, or that you're saying that people who are now in gangs are basically now targeting these people? Like what?
I think it's a bit of both. Once again, I said I think these things are tiered. It never is just one person that it's affecting. It's affecting everybody. Do you understand what I mean? So now you got these gangs. We're a little bit broke. We could just rob that delivery van there. That idea might not have even come to their mind before then. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
This idea from Supercell. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, but I'm saying, why would you even put that out there? Do you understand? It's like it's a negative. It's a thing that you wouldn't even need to put out. And once again, in their own communities with budget, if white people in their own community, they don't put these communities out. It's like, you know what would really make this movie really good? Let's have a Christian suicide bomber. Funny how that's never came out. I mean, that would make a really interesting movie. It's funny how that's never came out because there's certain ideas they don't want to drop into society. You know what would be really good? Imagine if we did a movie where one of these MPs who's a part of a paedophile ring got caught. Let's do a movie about
Yeah.
that. No, you won't put it out there.
Yeah.
There's so many things that are reality that they could put out that would be really interesting, but they're like, no, we don't want this to become our reality, so we're not going to perpetuate
Very
it
few
as a
cultures
message.
will air their dirty laundry the way the black people like. It's just our reality. You don't have to show everyone everything.
That's true. Okay, you know what? Again, EastEnders, right? Yes, we had. I ain't watched it for probably over a decade now. But you remember the black guy who was married to? He was a Christian pastor, I believe. Turned out he started murdering people.
Serial killer. They turned the Christian pastor into a serial. That's when I stopped watching.
Yeah,
that's when I stopped
about it,
watching. Yeah. They turned the Christian pastor into a serial killer. I kid you not. And then every black person from that storyline has been involved in some kind of a murder. Every single black person since then in EastEnders have been involved in the murder.
I haven't seen it in ages.
But what I'm trying to say to you is, even though they did that, one could argue, but look at the narrative of the serial cheater. They gave that to Max, who was a white guy. Look at the narrative of...
who shot Phil? I think that was a white woman or someone.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's other negative things that they are showing about white people.
One show.
No, but you get what I'm trying to say, though.
And it's also all due respect, EastEnders depicts I would have called it a shrinking sect of society, but I would actually say it's now just a caricature. Yeah. That East End kind of, they don't really even exist anymore. Do you understand what I mean? It's been replaced by Essex culture, which is completely different. They haven't evolved it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? They've kept it in this kind of like mythical East End, I'm Danny Dyer. What you do, mate? Oh, you read my pub. No, it's almost like Dick Van Dyke. It's like no one really talks like that anymore. Do you understand what I mean? So they're fine with that existing there with this mythical white society that doesn't really exist anymore. It's not real. Like the blacks, like these this is real black society that you're depicting here, doing heinous things. You're not doing that with your real white societies. You've created a mythical land called, what's it called? Wolford. That's it. Wolford. You know what I mean?
Good morning, Kofi.
Good morning, Kofi.
Morning.
Talk to the people. Set them straight.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there's a couple of things, man. So first of all, on this Supercell thing, like Supercell is a show about sickle cell. It's about guys who've got sickle cells and hospitals who are treating them, and then these people get superhero powers and whatnot. It's not really about gang life. Obviously, because sickle cell affects black people, they use black people in the show. But if you really watch the show, not really about gang life. So I think that's just I'll be real, quite a lazy comparison. And then comparing it to suicide bombers, and I'm just like, where's the comparison? Yes, Muslims don't make shows about suicide bombers per se, but there have been Muslim shows about them doing honor killings. Them killing their own daughters because they're marrying out. So you can't say it's like, oh, only black people do it. We only do our dirty laundry. And then you say EastEnders. EastEnders are full of white people sleeping with their grandmas, nonsense, their boyfriends, cousin and whatnot. White people air out all types of dirty laundry. We all, as a society, when it comes to TV shows, no one's going to make that simple TV show where, I'm a good man, I'm going to the shops, I'm going to work, I come back home, have a meal with my family. White people making shows like flipping Breaking Bad, Ozark, Sopranos, all these type of shows. These are empowering white people shows. So I think when black people, we come on too hard on our shows. Yes, I get something like Top Boy, that's a bit too far, and it's written by a white guy, But things like Supercell, even Killerhood, a show like Killerhood, a film like Killerhood, you say, Boys in the Hood, that's a better type of show. But if I'm not mistaken, I think the difference is Boys in the Hood is a better quality of a film. That's it. But the actual message in Killerhood is about young kids living in a certain area in West London, living a tough life. But I'm pretty sure in Boys in the Hood there's more murders in Boys in the Hood than there was in Killerhood. So I think we got to be careful with this narrative. Like, oh, any type of black show with gang life, we can't do because our people won't do it, which is not true, and we can't stick our heads in the sand about certain aspects of black life that happens. We can't stick our heads in, for example, that murder that happened with that boy and Eddie Ann last year. We can't stick our heads in the sand and say, "Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with us. There's no knife crime. There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with us." Sometimes you got to address it. So I think that narrative you try to push out, like, we shouldn't do any of these type of shows. None of this, we're earning out of dirty laundry. I think it's like, it's wrong, in my opinion.
Amazing points. Respond, please, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, I largely disagree with you, but I definitely respect your perspective. To address the EastEnders, I think we just addressed the fact that that's one show that kind of people expect that from, because it's also about a culture that's not really an active culture. So the East End culture that they're promoting doesn't really exist in London anymore. So it's not offending anyone for them to present these kind of like mythical characters about in a vile way, because no one's being offended. If it was actually offending a sect of society, they would be vocal about it and say, do not depict us like this way in the media. But you don't get that because no one talks like this anymore in EastEnders. So it's just kind of I think that's kind of slightly dated. I would also say, in regards to, what was another point? Sorry, I want to make sure I'm direct.
He said, "Stop coming for Supercell."
Okay, yeah. So Kidulthood, you made Kidulthood. So Kidulthood opens. Sorry to go into specifics now. This is one of the reasons I really hated it. Kidulthood opens with a scene where a white girl with special needs is violently assaulted by a gang of black girls. That offended me no end, being someone who is a teacher. It offends me no end because it's just not a reality, okay? If you've got a white kid with special needs, they're much more likely to be assaulted by a white kid than anyone else, yeah? Black people, on the whole, are particularly sensitive. If I'm going to speak in generalizations, particularly sensitive when kids have got special needs and stuff like that. They all mash up each other. Don't get me wrong. A black guy will see another black guy and it's going to be on. But they're not going to go and randomly pick on a kid with special needs and beat them up. But Kidulthood opens with this. So to me, that really was quite a clear statement that the movie was making about the fact that it's just going to portray black people in the most negative light without any adherence to reality. The reason I would view a film like Boys in the Hood differently is because regardless of how I view it, all of the characters there were kind of real to people, on some level. These were kind of people that you interact with. But when you create characters that aren't real, and this is where it goes back to Supercell as well, this boy who is just inexplicably evil in that he will stab to death this person who's just trying to have a conversation with him. Every time he sees him, I'm just going to stab you to death. I haven't met that guy, to be honest with you. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I haven't met violent people, but I haven't met someone who's just evil enough to just stab someone to death who just wants to talk to them on 3 different occasions. So this is the reason why I have an issue with these movies. It's not about what they're depicting, it's how they depict them, how they present them. And you got to understand, when it almost becomes just, excuse my language, like just an orgy of white stereotype about black people in these shows. Do you understand what I mean? It's like, what extreme can we go to? Oh, we've already done the black girl. They even did it in that recent Adolescence that everyone was going on about. My wife had it playing in the back, and then I came into the room and I saw a black girl beating up a white guy. A special needs white boy getting beaten up by a black girl. And I was like,
the boy was special needs. Hold on. I don't think the boy was special needs.
He was like a bit quiet. He was just an incel. He was just an incel.
Just an incel.
He seemed kind of like whatever, but he's getting beaten up by a black girl, not even a black boy.
Apologies. Yeah, there's context to that one. So in the Adolescence one, her best friend had just died, and then they were sort of trying to laugh off that her best friend had died, and she overreacted. Now, is it a slight over-exaggeration? Yes. So even Supercell.
It's detrimental though, isn't it? Do you understand what I mean? It's like they're creating these characters to...
But my thing is this, like, in all these TV shows, there's always a slight over exaggeration. I remember watching Sopranos, back in the day. They did about Italian guys, My man, Tony Soprano, big fat guy, is taking out 3 or 4 black people at the same time. This is, I'm watching this, this is not realistic, but people love that show. All these shows have slight over exaggeration. So when you talk about Supercell, this black boy, he's got anger, he's got real anger issues. So he starts stabbing up the delivery guy. Yes, there's a slight over exaggeration, but I think they use it as a story point to get to where they're getting to. Now I can see, over exaggeration, but I can maybe it's me. I don't watch Supercell and think, oh no, with these white people, what are they going to think about us? I've gone past that, man. We could be doing great.
You've gone past it.
Yeah.
Have they gone past it? My point is, what do you think the average white person takes when they watch Supercell? Sickle cell?
I don't care what the average person
No,
thinks.
but I do care. So regardless of if you care, this is not about if you care or not. I'm talking about society. I'm not talking about your personal... The fact that you've progressed your mind and you've managed to transcend these things, I absolutely commend you for that. And I think that's amazing. But bottom line is, this conversation is... Racism is not something where my experience or my problems come from other black people. I'm not saying it doesn't, because it does, but black people's views are a minority of my problems. Racism is a problem that we experience from races outside the black community. So how they perceive us is very important.
And that's what I would say. Like, I appreciate, the caller's point, but that's coming from sort of balanced utopia where we can all do the same thing and get the same result. And that's just not real life. People are facing different struggles from different groups of people, and what your focus should be, what do we want the outcome to be? What was the impact for people on the street, for other black people, for my children if they grow up in a world where this is the view of them? So yes, in an ideal world, we'd all make a black Sopranos and but that's just not where we are. So to be realistic, what do we want to put out there? Do we need more of this narrative?
No, I don't think we necessarily need more of the narratives of the gang life per se. But if someone has a story to tell, and it's a good story to tell, yes, I don't think there should be, we should be going crazy and start complaining about it. As I said, maybe it's just me. I just feel like I don't want to be doing shows like, oh, you know what, we do this. What's society going to think about us when we do this show? Oh, we do this. What's going? I think black people should just make the stories they feel passionate about. If they feel that's their reality or something that they want to write, they should have the power to write it. I'm gone past the point of just like thinking of what white people think about it. I do not care. We could be the great things, great wonderful things. They'll still think badly of us.
Yeah, but I'm telling you.
I'm just like I don't care.
But I'm telling you as a black man that I do care. So this is not just what white people think of me. This is what I'm telling you as another black man, as a black father.
I'm seeing it as my responsibility.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm a black father, and I'm telling you I don't like that. So this is where there's got to be conflict here, because you're saying, well, I'm okay with it, and I don't care what they think. Well, I care. I care that message is being put out about us. I care how there's no way on earth I'm going to let my child consume that. As a black father,
is it maybe fair to say that maybe you guys' thresholds are a bit different? Because obviously, like you said, you wouldn't have power in your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, and most black people would, right? And also, with the overall theme of Supercell, it's meant to be a positive thing, right? I'm trying to speak for a rap man, right? Meant to be a positive thing, and obviously, you're picking out certain things within it, right? Because you're seeing the details, right? But is that fair to maybe have that level of scrutiny and that threshold on the majority of people?
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Because yeah,
it is. That's just the way I view things.
Yeah,
it is. I think you have to scrutinize things. You have to, because ultimately, like the point I was making initially is I look ultimately at what the message is. Now you've just said the message of Supercell is sickle cell. I watched 7 episodes trying to give it a chance because my sister, I didn't pick up any sickle cell. So that message after 7 hours hadn't translated itself to me. It might have to some people, but it didn't to me. If it had, maybe I'd view things differently, but ultimately that's what this is all about. It's about the narrative that's running through. What narrative was coming out to me? After 7 episodes, the narrative to me was, these black folk are dumb as hell. That was my narrative that I picked up, and I was like, no way. That's
I didn't get that narrative whatsoever. I did not get that narrative that,
See,
that
I
black
haven't
people were
seen
dumb
it,
on
and
that show.
My family
Whatsoever.
love it.
Yeah, my sister loves it.
Yeah,
I
my
got the
rate it.
narrative that people who got sick cells, white people are working on them and putting stuff into their systems. So, if anything, it's about white people. Really about the bad people on the show were the white guys who are working on black people, putting stuff in their system and making us worse. So that's what I got from the show. And you got to be careful about not listening to everyone, not listening to powers of authority and whatnot. I didn't get the vibes that these black people were stupid, and I think that's quite.
I'm talking more about the kid who's
Sure.
stabbing people to death. There's one, and then there's a big knife. I mean, there's loads I could go. It's just coming back to me now in those 7 episodes. Is when he has a fight with the other black guy from the gang, and it's a big moment for him. A moment of you've managed to beat the crap out of another black guy. Oh yeah, you're really something now. It's like. I mean, like you said, I could be sensitized to those things, but I'm like, what is the goal of this? Like, what's going to be the takeaway? Because I don't think, I mean, you're saying the sickle cell thing here. You're the first person who's mentioned it, and I've heard many accolades for Supercell, and you're the first person who's mentioned it. I'm not saying that's not true, but I'm saying what are all these other people taking away from it? Because I think that's important.
Emmanuel, paint a picture as to why his mindset could be detrimental to the black community.
Whose mindset? Andrew's.
Andrew's. Because, man, I'm not saying this.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why there is so many detractors based on what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
And how that might negatively impact cohesion and positive growth within the black community.
I think it's down to the thresholds, the different thresholds, right? I think a lot of people see it as this is written by a black man, directed by a black man. Most of the
Is
cast
he black? What's his name? Rapper man.
Rapman.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, I can't
You got
remember.
Femi right. You got Femi right. Man saying rapper man.
No, but it's not a real name, is it?
Man's a legacy act out there, Rapman, come on. Shout out Rapman.
You know what I'm saying? Like everything was kind of done by black people. Like the main star, the co-star, everything was black people. And I feel like it's one of those things where people, especially with Rapman, people have seen him come up from Link Up TV days as just a normal rapper, you know what I'm saying, get signed and progress and establish himself, right? And then we're seeing his creation realized. And I think people are thinking, wait a minute, not only that, on an everyday basis, we kind of talk about we need more representation. We want more black people out there telling our stories. And they believe, right, one could say he's telling a story of something that disproportionately affects us, sickle cell. You know what I'm saying? If I didn't want to show black on black violence, am I going to put in a white person with sickle cell? White people don't have sickle cell like us, right? So I have to tell this story in a kind of factual way, but I'm also putting in other things that we know happens in our communities. So one could say, it's because you're more so saying, you know what, I'm at a stage where I don't want to see no negativity of black culture because there's enough. But other people are like, wait, this is still something that we don't have to be obtuse about and act as though it doesn't exist. Look at the overall story, which is to push the idea about sickle cell, push the idea that people are trying to do negative things to our people with sickle cell, and the idea that people with sickle cell are not oddities, they're warriors. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why people are having that sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yo, I don't like this message on the screen, bro.
What's the message?
Only because I don't think they understand what Andrew has dedicated
exactly.
his free time to doing. You guys are unaware, right? And based on the comments he's making, that's why I asked you, Maya, to help me understand why it is people are so... Is it because it's coming across judgy?
Do you know what it is? I think some...
Can I just jump in there? I'm used to this and it doesn't bother me. No, it doesn't bother me because when you're unapologetic about your viewpoints, it can come across as arrogance, first of all, and that's absolutely fine. I like to think that I'm willing to listen to people's kind of like perspectives on other things, you know what I mean, and be adjusted if I'm incorrect. I've got very strong views about this, but you have to understand I'm coming from a position where, for instance, if I was to ask the average black person, do you have a problem with Netflix? They'll go, oh no, I love Netflix. I hate the fact that Netflix doesn't show any straight black males, or very few. I hate that. I hate it. Yeah, and I notice it.
Shout out Tyler
Yeah?
Perry.
I notice it. Yeah, they don't. They show if black people are gonna get starring roles on a Netflix, and to be honest with you, even straight black females are normally cast as homosexual, majority of the time.
No, but when you're saying normally,
leading roles,
when you say
leading
normally,
roles.
Andrew, people are gonna think you're exaggerating.
I don't
But
think
you
it's
being
like-
exaggerated.
I-
I don't think I am. Name a Netflix show. Name a Netflix show.
Like, it's like,
Name a
it's like-
Netflix show. Name a Netflix show.
Well, any
Just
random-
Supercell.
Name
What you don't like?
name one. Name one.
Everyone's straight there.
There's definitely black
Everyone's straight there.
straight black males in Netflix and even in Disney Plus is very much it's not proportionate at all. They don't show a lot of straight black males. Okay, if you look
I get what you mean. There is a slight overrepresentation of the.
I think it's a vast overrepresentation if you compare it to
but
straight
but
white males.
there are some shows, but on this one, I agree. I agree with you here. Yeah, I think there's a real push.
Yeah,
to push.
there's an agenda.
Right, yeah,
to just-
that one I agree with you. But
Oh, we're on the same page now. All right.
So there's an agenda
On that
to
one, yeah, I
there's
agree.
an agenda to project black people as a certain thing. Do you understand what I mean? So this is definitely more. This is more of an American thing, by the way, because obviously we talk about Netflix
Yeah,
here.
yes.
But there's definitely they want to erase the image of a normal straight black male. You know that's very much been cast aside. And other things are being prioritized, and I do think it affects females as well. I do think black women are overwhelmingly being cast as gay, as opposed to their other racial counterparts. So I read an agenda into that. Yeah. So that's the lens of the person that what you're seeing presented here. It's not someone who is just literally saying, oh, you know, all of these black shows are a problem. I'm looking at things holistically. I'm always looking at how we're being presented across the board. Do you understand what I mean? And if I'm looking for balance, I probably wouldn't have a problem with sickle cell if I saw the counterbalance in black shows coming out of the UK. So if I saw that balance and that nuance that you were talking about earlier, sickle cell wouldn't necessarily stand out as a problem.
It'll be one of many stories.
It'll be one of many stories, but it's always sickle cell, top boy, this, that.
Yeah.
Black people have to be killing each other for them to get the thing in. And all the black people celebrate, oh, well done, this show, that show. Oh, we're getting such representation. Do you call that representation?
Yeah.
Because all due respect,
me.
in my family, my extended family, which is I have a massive extended family. We're all employed, all business owners. Every single last one of us. Yeah? Every single last one. I'm not talking, my family is not exceptional. My best friend is exactly the same thing. Both sides, yeah? All siblings, all in-laws, all professionals. Where is that representation? Why is it the only representation of this one small aspect of society that's being blown up and being viewed as a euphemism for all of the black community?
65% of our audience are LGBTQ plus IA.
We'll stop it. Man. Anyway,
That's fine. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I've got
I just wanted to know what would happen if I said that.
Say again?
Did you just make that
Wanted to
up?
know what happened if I said that. They come from Mark's bit, by the way. Sorry, Kobe, what was that?
yeah, sorry. I just want to bring out the point. I get the point. Yes, we've got to try and stop pushing this narrative that all our shows are like gang life and whatnot. Recently, there've been quite a lot of shows where it's not been about that. So there's a show that came out last month or a couple of months ago called Borders. It's about black kids in a top boarding school. There's a show Dream Whilst Black. You had the guys on the show.
Yeah, big up Dream Whilst
again,
Black.
it's a different type of show. There's a film that came out last year called Rye Lane, which is just a romantic film.
That was a
Like,
banger.
yeah. And there's a show that came out a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, didn't get a second season, but it's like Succession for black people. I can't remember the show. What it's called.
I know. Is that the Nigerian family?
Yeah, I think
Nigerian. They're
I think they're
thingy, but I think the dad's Nigerian. I think it's Nigerian.
Yeah, I didn't say.
Yeah,
Was it based in the UK?
Yeah,
based in
it's
UK.
like a
It's got,
dynasty kind of thing, but it's like a black family. Is that the one?
Yeah, and it's about hair products.
Okay.
And
So.
it came on ITV. I can't. The name escapes me. So I think there is a push to bring in those different types of shows.
Yeah.
So I want to start push back. Yeah, there was a push to bring out those different types of shows. But yeah, I get your point. Things like Top Boy, Power to a certain extent, Snowfall. I get that. Although I can't lie, I don't mind Snowfall. I didn't mind that show. Empire, I don't really see as what's it called? Like I don't see it similar to Power. I didn't really watch Empire, but I don't see it as the same type of show as Power. But yeah, I get your overarching view. But yeah, I had to come off this call now. But yeah, the reason I wanted to go, I thought Supercell. Your point about Supercell was a bit over the top because I think that one they're actually trying to put a slightly different narrative to everything else. But yeah, let me come off to the call, guys. Take it easy, guys.
I kind of feel like the violence in Supercell was added to sell it. That's kind of, and that's why I just feel like it's unnecessary. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's not like, I don't feel it was necessary for the strength of the story, for it to go that as far as it did in terms of...
Is it more so like turn the violence down a bit or just gone?
No, because if it's a reality and you want to show a character like that, once again, you don't have to caricature them.
But it's not. It's a reality, but it's made. It's like an Avengers. You know
No,
what
but
I'm saying?
they've caricatured the character. They haven't. So the protagonist, they haven't caricatured him. He's a wife, this, that, and the other. They haven't made him a Superman. Do you know what I mean? Like he's not got a super job, and he's not a bit like they've made him a very relatable character, and they've got this.
Yeah, but his abilities make him the...
No. So I get that.
Yeah.
But the point is that his actual person, his character in the show
Just
is a normal
guy.
person. His girlfriend / wife is a normal person. This who is a normal person, the gang knife guy, has got unspeakably evil people in his... And it's just episode after episode of them doing... like. Murder is evil, people, by the way. If there's any kind of like debate about this discussion, murder's not a thing that we should just be casually okay with. And if they had done like one scenario that ended up in the death of this man, I would have been like, this is a bit, leave it, but I'm going to carry on watching. But it was after it happened in 3 different scenarios, I was like, no, this is too much. Like you're trying too much to normalize this thing. You're going a bit too far. Once again, a lot of things I do are down to feeling. I'm going to be real. Do you know what I mean? It's not like I can give you a formula as to how I've calculated it. It was just like, no, I'm not doing this.
I think for me, it comes down to almost a lack of creativity now. That if I actively avoid these films, and I've seen a million times, surely it's not that creative now to make another one. Like you're saying, if someone has a good idea for a film, they should make it. It's not your idea. We've seen it a million times.
Exactly.
It's like, I'm going to make a cowboy movie. Like, that's not new. Like, do something different.
I'm going to rap about killing someone.
Yeah, exactly. Never
Wow,
been done
that's
before.
Inventive.
Not too much about gangster rap. Man doesn't like that. It was interesting to see Kofi coming on Volts, right?
Yeah.
But then being disarmed when he showed some anti-LGBTQ comments. He's like, I like you though.
Can you imagine?
Can we watch the clip?
Yes,
that you
I was about to say that
watch?
to you.
By the way, I never made any anti.
Nah, don't mind me. Don't mind me.
I would never make anti-LGBT.
Yeah, nobody thought that's what you said. Don't worry.
But like the thing is, Brent, whilst you're loading that up, it's like you say all the time. This is the beauty of I guess this platform, isn't it? Everyone having so many different opinions, isn't it? But I think ultimately all of us want the same thing, which is that black people are depicted in the way we choose in the positive light that we are in, that most of us live in, you know what I'm saying? But to kind of go back to, I guess, that question about where's the lines drawn, about professionalism and this, that, and the third, I want us to look at this clip. And I want to get you guys' views on this, yeah? Brent, play it, please.
Here, what you got going on up there, big dog? Like, you feel me? I'm free-forming dreads, you feel me? Keep it tapered up on the side. I'm about to cut my hair this weekend, you feel me?
You gonna cut it all off? You gonna cut it all off?
Well, I'm just gonna slice the side, you know.
I think you should cut your hair, big dog.
Why you think I should cut my hair, Anton?
Cause you a grown man.
If people can't accept me for who I am, I don't give a fuck about them.
You were sold a lie. And the lie that you were sold was that you wasn't keeping it real or you was faking because you doing something that's in your own best.
Get ready to pause it. Okay, cool. All right. Let's pause it, yeah. What's your views on this so far? Is the guy above telling the truth? You were sold a lie.
So what was the last bit? You were told a lie that something
Yeah,
about
but I think you paused it just a bit too.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, go back a few seconds, please.
Did he just say it was by force? Did you not?
And I said, get ready to pause it. When I looked, it was paused.
Damn it.
Yeah, just go back.
Let's run it back a tiny
yeah,
bit.
yeah.
All right.
People can't accept me for who I am, I don't give a fuck about them.
You were sold a lie. And the lie that you were sold was that you wasn't keeping it real or you was faking because you doing something that's in your own best interest.
Oh, shit. I'm ready for that.
Yeah.
All right. You guys' reactions. I wish you didn't see the last bit. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
So, your thoughts on the first part?
So
This goes back to the whole self-expression.
if
success,
I
and
hadn't made
professionalism.
enough enemies yet,
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a whole bunch of enemies.
You might as well.
Yeah, I don't care. A bodybuilder doesn't take advice from a fat guy about what to do in the gym. And a guy with hair don't take advice from a bald guy about what to do.
Okay.
It's simple.
I didn't see that coming.
You're jealous.
Like,
Neither did
they
I.
got no hair. Like, don't
All
talk
right.
to me.
All right.
I think a lot of it comes down to you willing to play the game or not. And if you're not, then are you willing to forego what the game can give you?
Yeah.
And that decision has to be made by every single individual. But there are rules to every game. It's not just this in terms of how you wear your hair to work, that you won't get that job, or you will get this job. It's really tough.
Okay.
See, for me, that wasn't cultural. That conversation could have happened in any society. A white guy could have been having a conversation with his bald mate. He's got a man bun. He's like, dude, man, cut that off, man. You 40 years old.
And this is what we were talking about. Like, it's not necessarily interracial. It's kind of,
Yeah.
I think a son would, a dad and a son in any, if any race, it would be like, you're going to go out looking like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think bald dudes is just bald though, isn't it?
You're really obsessed
No,
with
but
this
if you're
sport.
bald, like no, because if you're bald, you're bald. You know what I mean? Like you've only got one hair option, and that's no hair. So everything, you have to.
I
you
think
have
it's
to take
interesting
that
when
into
you
account.
said that you've been sold a lie that keeping it real is working when it's actually working against your best interest.
Yeah, I missed that line. I just saw the bald
I
guy.
think that's pretty deep.
That is a deep. That's a deep line.
And that's part of the I guess the discussion I want to have with you guys. You know what I mean? Like, have we been sold a lie? Is he come from a real place, or is he part of the problem too?
That's the thing.
But was he? There's layers to that because was he speaking to how kept his hair was? Because this is reality. This is sometimes people don't like to have this discussion. Black people don't like to have this discussion, but there is a difference between natural hair and kept hair.
Yeah.
And people just sometimes don't want to have that discussion.
Yeah.
It's just not. This is okay. But there's a lot of things that are natural. I could roll out of bed and rolled up in here in my natural musk, but I don't think you guys would have appreciated that. Do you understand what I mean? Like, there comes a point where you have to go, okay, cool. My hair is natural, but natural hair, particularly if you've got long natural hair as a woman. Actually, my son, he's got cameras or whatever, but it takes keeping. It doesn't keep itself. You can't just. And I say this to my daughters, you can't just be in bed. You know what I mean? Where I was like, where's your bonnet? Where's your cover your hair? You can't just be rolling on your pillow and then be complaining about how hard it is to keep your hair. Like you have to. It takes some upkeep. So I would say, just my perception was that their hair did look like it could have been neater. And the presentation of neater dreads on his hair might have garnered a different response. So it might not just be the fact that he's got his hair and, oh yeah, I'm just keeping it real. It's like, okay, cool. But I would probably, my advice to someone who's keeping it real would be like, you go and get your twist redone, bro. Like I said to my son, like I can't see the parting between your cameras anymore, son. Like it's time for a re-up, you know.
But also, if you're gonna go to work and you wanna look professional, you're gonna from the neck down be dressed in what the attire is for the office, and then you think from the neck up it should just be whatever is going on up there. That's not how it works. Why aren't you in your pajamas if you want people to just accept you? Because you understand the code. The code doesn't have to mean it has to be a weave or white hair, but like you have to look like you're going to do business.
But are we kind of treading a dangerous line here? Where, for example, you might get a Phil or a Jim who can just get up out of bed.
They can't. I think that's a myth. The
Okay,
roll out of bed.
the hair
I think
looks like
the roll out of bed thing is a myth. Okay.
But the hair.
I mean,
like
you can get there quicker than if I have my fro
they get
out
there
and
quicker,
I'm-
absolutely. But it's still a myth. The roll. No one's rolling out of bed unless they got a buzz cut. I'm the number one candidate for rolling out of bed. Being a black man, we roll out of bed straight up like boom. Sometimes I don't brush the top. I'm just out. That's real. I can do that. I barely got anything up there. You know?
But it's more so about the fact that I think I could be wrong, right? But I do feel that a lot of white people can kind of, even if like white guys with hair that's maybe up to down hair, it can look messy, and no one's really talking about it's messy unless you're in certain environments. Don't get me wrong, certain places in maybe Canary Wharf, whatever maybe, it's like no strict. Make sure it's gelled and whatever they do to the hair, right? But like in certain environments,
I think it's the same with black men.
No, but is it really though?
Yeah, it is. Because a lot of time, black men, only another black man can really tell me my hair looks messy. That's real. I think black women is completely different. So I'm not bringing it. I'm talking about men here, specifically as a man. Only another black guy can really tell my hair is messy. Like, my son's bro, go and brush your side. You know what I mean? Brush your fade down. You know what I mean? Like only a black man can tell if my hair is really messy. Do you understand what I mean?
But in the working environment, though,
can I just caveat this with Boris Johnson?
There you go. Thank you.
The man who looks like he brushes his hair with a balloon becomes prime minister. But I have to go and spend how much on a weave to cover my natural hair with European hair?
Yes.
I think it's a female conversation.
Yeah.
Because as a black man, I'm gonna be real now. I can virtue signals. Oh yeah, it's our problem. Wait, no, this is a black female problem.
Yeah, we spend 3 times more than every race on our hair.
Yeah, black men really don't experience much persecution
unless you want like dreads or cornrows or anything. Because like my brothers just have short hair. And it's there. It's the same every morning, noon, night. Like it's all the same. But if you have any sort of style as a black man, then it becomes something.
Yeah. But yeah, back when they used to say you can't have patterns in your hair, that might be something.
Yeah.
Or my barber issue that I talked about earlier. But in terms of just like general day-to-day, most black men don't experience much when it comes to that. Even if you say, oh, your hair could be messy. So I can name many a black MP/celeb who have disgraced us with their hairstyles. You know what I mean? Like, dude, how you rolling up with your hair looking like that? Do you know what I mean? So... But some comedians are going to be nameless, you know what I mean, rolling out with their no faded step 4 all around, and we're just looking as a black man like, bro, come on.
No, you're 100% right. So sometimes we, you know what I mean, we do certain things, but sometimes can't it be a thing where the absence of a particular thing is just as bad as me telling somebody your hair looks bad? So for example, even though you might say for black men, like we get less pushback with regards to our hair in the professional place, his experience might be he gets less jobs. So he's not necessarily getting the same experience of that. He's just seeing it as, listen, my hair is this particular way. Or at least the man above is telling him, listen, the reason why you're in this position is because your hair is like this. You might see this as black culture, but it's like this for X, Y, you know what I'm saying? Like because of your hair and how it's kept. So isn't that just as bad as being in a particular office where you can make the point that, you know, like less people talk to us about it. That's because I guess we don't have a hair like that, right? But how his hair is still part of our culture. And to make it into that door that you spoke about earlier, you're asking him to strip away that culture.
Yeah.
Potentially. Do you think his hair look neat? No, I'm just being real. Do you think his hair look neat? They look like it needed
but then but you know what the thing is? But then we get into a tricky place where it's like, is neat the right word? I don't want to be annoying,
Yeah.
but look at how you used the word gang before. Once you apply the gang, you can then say, oh, this is bad. Da, 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 da. If we apply the neat, we can then say, wait, because it doesn't fit into the category of neat, it's automatically not good. Do you get what I'm saying? But his hair was never meant to be neat in the casual, in the normal understanding of the word. Do you get what I'm saying?
But I just know that my aunt in Nigeria, so nothing to do with any sort of racial politics, wouldn't let that boy
100%.
out of the house.
100%.
But in Nigeria, you're gonna have an issue leaving the house with plaits as a boy. You know, there's a lot of, so it's completely different standard, isn't it?
Yeah,
in
but I
Nigeria?
mean, there will always be a threshold when
Yeah,
someone's like, that's
exactly.
not tidy or kept or.
And I do think there's a, and obviously this is from my own personal bias, but I do think there's a difference between, you know, kept and unkept hair. And I think that difference between how we perceive each other is going to be different between how white people perceive us, because there are going to be some white people who just think all natural hair is unkept.
Yeah.
But then their opinion doesn't matter,
No.
does it? You know, whereas amongst black, you know, I think most black people are going to be almost unanimous about what kept hair looks
Yeah.
like. I think so anyway. I could be being presumptuous there, but I
I get
feel
you.
like we'd all be like, I think we all watched that clip and would be like, he could have, I get where he was going there. It's like where do we draw the line? Can we point out a bad haircut?
But
You
this
got
is
it
the
and they
thing.
bodged your fade and it's just, everyone go, bro, your fade's dead.
Well, anyone can have a bad haircut. We've seen white people with bad hair and they have no excuse because all the products are for them. So, but there's also, if you're going to a wedding, for example, you do your hair nicely because it's so to say that like, oh, this is just me at all times, that's a lie.
But I suspect he would go to a wedding like that, though.
Yeah, quite possibly. Then that
It's like
is
you said,
him.
just a quick taper, shape up, and I'm good to go. You have people like, what's his name? Look at Jay-Z now.
Yeah,
Ain't that
but I
the same
think
thing?
artists have a whole different
Okay, that's true.
ball
That's
game
true.
for what they're allowed to do.
So Chike, my cousin, had the
yes.
same issue. He had that similar style.
What, the Basquiat?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he would keep wearing his suit, going for interviews. He's a graduate of.
I was about to say that. Make sure you mention how many degrees
He's
you got.
got.
You know what I mean?
He collects them. Oh my gosh. So
Can I ask what field he was in?
I want to say archaeology.
Okay. Okay.
But the jobs he was applying for.
You gonna link us up, yeah?
Yeah. No, 120%.
Yeah, he would love
Very
his
much
stuff.
so. It'll be a
Yeah,
fantastic
yeah,
conversation.
Good.
The jobs he was applying for was in the corporate space in large parts and only had off-field work now and again. And one day he came and I had to film his interview thingamajiggy. And then the next day he came, like he just cut it off. And I said, what happened? I wasn't getting the jobs. And my mother told me, why do you think that is? So came off, and as soon as he applied for the next one,
Yeah.
he got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair.
It's the thing about playing the game.
But it's like code switching, isn't it? It's all
This is it.
it's
Yeah.
all a part of the same
Yeah.
the same discussion. The things that I think the extra hoops that we have to go through just to exist as black people, you know, in this world. People that I don't think black people realize how much fortitude we have. I don't think black people realize how, if you are black and you've made it to adulthood, I don't think you rate yourself enough, genuinely. That's why I sit here and people go be like, oh, you trying? I was like, no. You don't realize I rate black people so highly, because what we have to go through on a mental health level on a daily basis, you guys do not even realize the things that you put up with. When you turn your television on, when you drive down the street, everything in this society, I feel, is shaped, to our detriment. And in spite of that, your cousin, he wasn't sitting there whining, complaining, this, that, and the other. If he was no disrespect, but if he was a white female, he would have been on Twitter Yeah, I mean, like, he would have got all of this back in, you know what I mean? It would have been, oh, this is disgraceful, like, what of our could be, you know what I mean? Like, it would have been all that. He didn't do any of that moaning, he just cut his hair off, that hair that he had been growing for a long time. He had to part with it. Do you know the mental fortitude that one has to, you know, to accept that and say, okay, cool, I'm just going to move on and I'm going to make a success of myself, regardless of these disadvantages that other people are not being put through. Because I guarantee you there's a white guy who turned up with a bob, you know, a man bun on his head or some long hair, and they just thought, oh, this guy is so authentic.
Yeah, for real. Looks like
so
a Viking.
authentic. We gotta have him in the team.
Yeah, for real.
You know? And then the black guy was, his hair, you saw his hair, didn't you? So he's not got to turn up for time, is he?
No, but for real, this is probably what they're thinking. Yeah. But the thing is though, so when you hear like when you hear a guy like the guy above you, tell him this, which I guess one would say is encouraging him to play the game. Yeah. Right? Is that dangerous? Is that a bad thing, or is it kind of tied into the whole respectability politics sort of thing is, and it's more so, listen, if you want to succeed, you want to survive, you just got to do certain things. You know what I'm saying?
But I also think we have to be careful about listening to a generation that really had it rough. Like we came, like, like we think we have it hard, but like with stuff that our parents went through when they came here, like they think we live in a fairy tale. So, and they're trying to protect me from the way it was when they were here. And we have a long way to go, but we've definitely moved on. So some of the advice I'll get from my mum is her trauma that I'm trying not to embody myself. So, and sometimes the conflict I had when I first started wearing my afro out was my mum being like, how will people perceive you? And like, your hair's not tidy and stuff. I was like, well, this is how it grows until I get tired of it and put it back in braids. Then, so it's that kind of generational thing as well. We have to be careful about.
I'm going to say something that could be very bad, but the result of playing the game in terms of his appearance, was that better? Absent the previous style. So Brent, if you don't mind, play the rest of the video, please. Go back a bit and then go into it.
Lie that you were sold was that you wasn't keeping it real or you was faking because you doing something that's in your own best interest.
Oh shit! I'm ready for that 250,000. Dog, you look like a brand new person, man.
I might have to bring you in to come and hire work for Time Dog right now. You looking like a phenomenal representation of greatness right now. I have to give you your. Let me bow down for you.
Nah, I want to thank you, man. Real talk, cause like, man, when I did it though, I was like, damn, I look good.
What's your thoughts on that?
I thought it was an improvement on my personal perspective of what suited him for no other reason than that. You know what I mean? That haircut looks good on you. Not because the other one. I guess the other one, it didn't look fresh to me. Yes, that's all it was. I don't agree with the messaging at all. So I fundamentally disagree with the messaging around it. You know why? The reasons why. So even what came from my mind there is this question: what did he mean when he said keeping it real, even in the first place? But even before the other guy has come back to him and said, you know, you think this is keeping it real, it's not. But what about that hairstyle did he equate to keeping it real? What culture was he reflecting, or what black reality was he reflecting in that initial hairstyle? Because I mean, a lot of these hairstyles look really cool, like the Basquiat, whatever, you know what I mean? But they're not reflections of anything but personal creativity. It's not like you're pointing back to, my ancestors in, you know. Yeah, but back home, my Mandinka ancestors used to do their hair like this.
Yeah, but back home though, especially like in Saleh, if being Celestial Church of Christ. Okay, being entirely honest, my first how many years of life, I didn't cut my hair because of the prophecies and stuff in church. And so my hair, I wouldn't say it was like that because I wasn't shaping it up. But my hair was like that. You know what I'm saying? Like a dada, like, you know.
So you didn't cut it, did you comb it? Or
nope, it was like that.
So you're like priests, you're like Levite priests, or was it?
There you go, exactly. So, but that was, so That's part of culture. That's part of our culture.
Yeah, I
you know
can't
what I'm
say
saying?
then. I can't
Yeah,
do
you
that.
did have them things, didn't it?
Yes, I did.
Them spider things. Now just not. I'm
Now
not
he's going
reminded.
to spider thing.
Yeah, because at the time I remember saying
racism.
what. I remember seeing the picture. It's like because he had the spider things and he had gold. He always used to be garnished with gold as well. Proper royalty, you know.
I still
And then
wear
he got
gold,
back to
bro. I
Ghana.
still wear gold.
I love it. I love it. See, but then that's real. When you say that, that's that. So I guess I was looking for the connection to the culture.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it has to be, because it can just be a personal expression, but I just say, be honest about what it is that you're doing. Do you know what I mean? I just feel like not combing my hair for 3 months. Fine. Be honest about it, and also be willing to accept that it's going to come with limitations.
Should we apply that same energy to how we speak? So there's somebody on Twitter. I've been trying to get her on the show, but for some reason she's always busy. So I might send this to her, send a few shots at her. But she basically saying there's something. I'm definitely going to articulate it wrong, but essentially the premise behind what she's saying is there is a way Black people speak.
Yeah.
Maybe it's kind of broken in English or whatever it may be, but that's a legit language. And the rest of the world, or at least England, the UK, should see it as a legit language. So if we communicate this way, don't look at me like I'm less professional.
Yeah.
Don't look at me like I'm whatever it may be. Do you get what I'm saying? And so to kind of use that same idea here, if we choose to code switch and talk properly or I don't know, maneuver in a particular way that's more professional, are we doing the same thing as this? Or is that better? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, is it time we see that as a legit language too, or are we just talking poorly? Do you get what I'm saying?
I'm less romantic about, because I'm like you, and for the 4th time today, I'm from West London, where people code switch very good in West London. Like it's, out of all the sides of London, because of our lack of culture, we code switch really well. Now, I'm less romantic about talking black, as you say. Yeah, I'll say it in inverted commas, because I just feel like it's been entirely appropriated, and doesn't even feel like it's ours anymore. So that's if you're on a bus now in London, doesn't matter where you are. Do you know what I mean? You close your eyes, you're always gonna think that you're in a black area. You open your eyes and you're gonna be surrounded by Arabs and Indians and whites.
That's because blackness is now youth culture.
Exactly.
Like everywhere.
And it's just, there's a separation now. So now I don't even feel that romantic about it, because it's kind of like it's been co-opted so much. It's kind of like, it was cool because it was our language. And when you speak your own language, it becomes like your code. Do you understand what I mean? It's almost like a group of, maybe Muslims speaking Arabic. I can't understand them. That's cool. They've got their little secret thing going on. Yeah. And that's how it used to be in terms of the way that Black people, when we used to speak to each other, people used to kind of find it difficult, not impossible, but difficult to decipher, because it's our own language. It's like speaking pidgin in Nigeria, you know what I mean? And now that's been lost because everyone speaks like that. So it's kind of like, well, I don't want to speak like that anymore. I don't do it that much anyway. You know what I mean?
But outside of just blackness, in terms of speaking properly to get a job, like I think it was like Birmingham in terms of like regionals, like there are places where you are less likely to get hired if you come from like the north, or Birmingham was like the very, very bottom. Yeah. And people from London, regardless of if what they're saying is intelligent, will get hired the most because of how they speak.
Yeah.
So that is kind of a class thing and a regional thing as well as a race thing. Like it all kind of combines into this mess of, again, playing the game. People have elocution lessons, and they have forever for a reason, because it gets them ahead and it gets them what they need.
And I'm frequently seen as being more intelligent than my Black counterparts in America for no other reason than the way I speak. Yeah. Their research is just as good, oftentimes better than mine. But people will listen to me more readily, at least in America. People will listen to me more readily because of my accent. So I'm well aware that there are definite benefits that come from speaking this way. So I absolutely play on that because, hey, if you get more people to listen to me and more people to
use
accept
what you've got.
the message, you use what you got. I even used to say, when I used to go to the Middle East, I used to live in the Middle East, I had the British passport. That was like my first doorway to white privilege. That was like, I'd never experienced white privilege before, but that passport just gave me a glimpse of what white privilege is like. I was like, no wonder these guys are addicted. Damn. I wouldn't give this up either, man.
Well, saying that, then, can respectability politics, us playing the game and all that sort of stuff, be empowering then? Can it be? Can it empower us then? Because, like you're saying, it made you feel a particular way. It may get you into particular positions. It may even allow us to then kind of like go our own route and then hire people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can it be something that's good for us then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it
Depends how you
can.
define it,
I think we have to be realistic about changing old systems by a degree. Like, you're not going to get like Parliament with a Boris Johnson and suddenly getting like Roadman from Ends like in there together. Like, it's going to be like a white guy that didn't go to private school, and there's going to be a white woman, and then a black woman went for it. And it's going to be like by degrees, like opening the door for the next thing. So if you speak like that and you get into a job, you employ someone who speaks a bit differently to you, or someone from a lower socioeconomic group, and it kind of like it's going to be a very gradual thing. So I think if we can use, like, I always call it like my Trojan horse, is that I'm going to get into spaces and then just unleash like for the people that don't have access to it.
And actually, we've gone backwards in this regard, going back to the whole parliamentary theatrics, because once again, if you track back to the 90s and the noughties, there was loads of politicians who were common speakers, you know. You had your, you know,
That's when the parties were more different, I think.
Yeah, well, they were more different.
that's
Yeah,
true.
so
Yeah.
Labour had
Exactly.
Who was one that had two Jags? Do you remember what I'm talking about? Yeah, he was called two. Check it on Google for me. There was a guy called Two Jags something. He was a Labour part. They got rid of them all. Robin Cook. So there was a few of them who were very common speakers. Even to a lesser degree, Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah.
He didn't speak like your usual Eton Eye.
John Prescott.
Kind of like John Prescott. Like
Prescott.
Two Jags Prescott. You know, so John Prescott spoke like a common
normal
guy,
person,
like
yeah.
a normal person, you know, someone that was relatable. So in that regard, actually, we've gone backwards in many areas. 'Cause
Yeah.
obviously, and we know that because it's the same economically. We've gone, you know, completely backwards. But the point is, I think that we don't even necessarily need to invite our language, because I don't. Like I said, it was our language. Now it's being co-opted. It's like you said, it's just like youth culture now. And so I don't feel the need to take it with us anymore because, it's been thoroughly, and it has been thoroughly co-opted. Like, we're not in ownership of it anymore. It's very much something that's being co-opted by the youth in general. So, I'm not as... Yeah, I think that's why I felt close to it before when I was growing up. It's because it was our thing. Do you understand what I mean? We speak like this. Yeah. And when now that's kind of been taken, it's kind of like, I can speak like, I'm quite comfortable speaking like this constantly now. I don't even feel the need to speak any other way.
You mentioned
blood. Safe blood.
Seen?
You mentioned something about the Trojan horse and getting in and unleashing and whatnot. That obviously, I don't want to put words in your mouth, speaks to us operating under the umbrella, should I say under? Basically operating within white supremacy. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
We had a conversation the other day, and I want to get your thoughts on this, about the very existence of white supremacy, right? Firstly, obviously, it goes without saying, so I don't really need to ask you whether it exists or not. But do you feel like it's detrimental to label it white supremacy if people have different experiences of white supremacy, right? And also, are we part of the problem too? If, for example, we have to play the game, are we not further reinforcing the structure of white supremacy? Or is there a better way to rival white supremacy and have our own thing? Does our own thing have to be started, the genesis of it needs to be from within white supremacy?
I think calling it white supremacy is fine the same way I think calling it patriarchy is fine, because there is just one world. So I mean, we can play with semantics if it makes people feel better, but it is what it is. And again, about playing the game, we have to exist within the world that exists right now before we can make the world that we want. So if I need to maneuver within white supremacy a certain way in order to dismantle it from within, then that's the only way I can think to do it, because again, there is no other world in which to make the rival, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. What's the quote from Audre Lorde? She said, you can't use the
The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house.
Thank you very much. What do you say to that then? Based on what you just said.
Very true. But we're going to need new tools.
Okay. Made within white people's factories. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, exactly. But I think this is where, I don't know if you know who Sonia Renee Taylor is, but she's just incredible. And we're going to need a new radical way of thinking that if we're going to create something new, we have to do something brand new. And it will create sacrifice, and we're very comfortable, and we're not willing to do something that sounds radical to get the result that we need. And that's why we'll keep tinkering around the edges of white supremacy, and we'll get like a little bit here and a little bit there, but we will never dismantle it if we're not ready to make some sort of mess.
See, I don't think black people have, and this is one thing, I don't think we have the capability to dismantle white supremacy or racism.
Okay, talk to us.
Yeah, we don't have the capability to, because it's a white mental issue. Okay, so it's a white illness. Sorry. White supremacy is a white illness. Okay, so we can't cure an illness of another group of people. Okay, it's something that they have to want to deal with. So it's once again the responsibility falling on the victims to adjust the behavior and the perceptions of the perpetrators. Okay, and we see this throughout things. Like it's like you're not gonna fix grape culture, by getting women in a big circle and saying these are all the things you need to do. Yeah, you need to go and talk to the men. Yeah, and tell them fix up. Yeah, that you're the ones who need to fix up here, not them. Yeah, it's the same thing here, and I think it's been a long time. So, as a society, black people on the whole are suffering from like this very elongated Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, where we'll always find fault in ourselves for the things that are happening to our culture, not just by our culture, but to our culture. We're always gonna find some kind of reason. If black people were still enslaved right now, if we were still enslaved, we would be blaming each other for it. Yeah, and if it was just normalized part of society, we'll be sitting around going, "Oh no, it's all good. Oh, just put your socks up. What's wrong with you? Don't you ever want to get in the house?" You know, we'd find a way. We'd be finding ways of just like making it work in our minds and saying that it's absolutely would be the case. We wouldn't just So it's not, because the bottom line is where we are now. God willing, 100 years time, people will look back and be like, "What the hell was we living like this?" Do you understand what I mean? So we've only progressed slightly from really, we're still colonized. We're still neo-colonized in Africa. Like there's so much still going on that we're so used to and so adjusted to white supremacy, but it's not our issue. That's the one thing I always say to people, it's not our issue. Solving racism is not our issue. What we need to do is we need to make lives as saleable and as comfortable and as functional as we can. Make our existences our lives for our children. That's what we can do, and that's all we can do. We can't adjust their behavior. They've got to work this out at some point. And they might not. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, there's no point in they might not work it out.
What does that look like? Making our lives as comfortable as possible. The reason why I'm saying that is because if you look at the grape culture, there is incentive for men to fix up because that's our daughters, that's our wives, that's our mothers. If you look at white supremacy, I don't see the incentive. They don't need to be with us. They could just keep us as employees and
there's
people
a disincentive because the Western world relies on the hierarchy of bodily importance. So if we see everyone as equal, how do we justify Congo? How do we justify Sudan? Capitalism and racism need each other.
Not too much on capitalism, please.
Oh no. But you know what I'm saying? So is it really the same? Is it a thing? Granted, my personal opinion isn't that we necessarily fight white supremacy. I don't care for that necessarily. I care for us doing it for self, doing our own thing. That's just my personal thing. But I understand that most of us are not like me, right? And so most want to be part of the system in some capacity.
The people who do the radical things, and this is where there is responsibility on us, because the people who do the radical things that actually are going to change So you talked about the fact that it's beneficial system, it's a globally beneficial system. So when people like Mugabe come along, they do that hard thing,
Yep.
that isn't so palatable in your mouth because of the way it's being sold on the media. What side of the fence were you when he was doing that? What needed to be done? What side of the fence were you? Were you like, oh well, he could have done it a different way? You know, like that's what you had, or you know what I mean? A lot from our community. Oh yeah, it's right what he did, but he should have done it a different way. So how's that working for South Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't working for them. They ain't
There you
making no
go.
progress there.
There you
So it's kind of like when people do come along whose efforts are actually going to have a long-term impact for our future, what side of the fence are you on?
Yeah.
Because these are that's the only thing. And like we said, we've acknowledged, or at least I've said, but you'd have to agree, but acknowledge that white supremacy is not our issue to fix. We literally can't fix it.
Yeah.
All we can do is make it less advantageous for them to be like that. I don't see what we do beyond that.
And how does that work though? Because like you said, I defended Mugabe when people was acting like I was crazy for doing so. Yeah. So pick up Mugabe, right? but the thing is, after Mugabe's gone now, right now, last week I read a headline talking about Zimbabwe just started the first payment of paying back $3.5 billion to the lands of that was seized from white farmers. They've just like everything Mugabe did, U-turned.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? In just a few years. So how can we be on the same page if most people are not on the same page? Is it a fruitless exercise? Do you get what I'm saying? Or is it such where to get the real change, we have to unequivocally be part of the system? We just have to do the Trojan horse thing. Is that what? I don't know. What's your guys' thoughts on it?
No, in terms of places like Zimbabwe, it feels like black economic power feels like the answer in a lot of places.
Yeah.
But how do you get to that from where we are?
Yeah.
Is getting people who are resistant to that on side. And as much as we talk about like it's a white people disease, and it is a mental delusion and illness, white supremacy, but I do think lots of white people are waking up to how much they were sold a lie as well, because we are in the first information age right now. Like not too long ago, it's your school books and the libraries that have all closed down is the only place you got your information. So we were all misled about everything. So now, even when I started Shit I Have a Problem With, so many of my friends were like, how much of this history stuff did you know? Because I went to school with you and I didn't learn any of this. So I had to go and educate myself. And if you don't have that impetus, you just assume what you're fed is the truth.
Yep.
So I think hopefully we're going to reach some sort of perfect storm of black wealth and economic power rising up with the information that was withheld from everyone, and then we can start pivoting the world. And that is my utopian dream.
I like it. It's aspirational. Being a historian, I just think
Shout out TMB. So.
and this is gonna sound extreme, and I don't mean to sound it, but historically, the people in charge of, there you go, I'm gonna isolate, the people in charge of white nations have been psychopathic. So the reality of the matter is, you can do everything right, and this is the sad thing about history. One of my playbooks for doing everything right is Libya. The nation that, in my view, did everything right. Everything right you could think of. Human rights, right at the top of the UN's list in terms of human rights, free education, free healthcare, world's most advanced irrigation system, building solar panels, part of the African Union, pro-African, also pro-Islamic. Like just, there's nothing more that nation could have done and that leadership could have done to no weapons stockpiles, no looking at weapons of mass destruction, nothing like that. Everything just saying, okay, if this is your rule set, we're gonna do it. You want to do it? Okay, we're gonna play that book, and doing everything correctly. And they still went and invaded and killed him. Like literally, they still did it. It's like, okay, no, we've had enough now. Get rid of him.
Yeah.
And they killed him. So this is that kind of belligerence is not isolated. It's not strange. It's literally been the playbook of history for the past 200 years. So that's to encourage everybody even if we got ourselves into a really great position and did everything right, they could still turn around and just be like, that's why I'm like, it's a mental illness. You understand what I mean? So it's like, you can't change the way these people perceive the world. Do you know what I mean? You can't change the way that they perceive you. You just got to navigate it. I know that's not like an answer that's positive, but it's just kind of like, that's a reality as you go through the history books. It's just the reality, you know.
I hear you, but I think for me, and I'm definitely not putting this on you or putting words in your mouth at all, because I know you're not trying to say this at all. But when we speak about the illness, for some of us, we might start to have empathy. You know what I'm saying? And that's dangerous. We can't have empathy for such people. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because everything has been deliberate. Yeah. Everything remains the same on purpose as well. And they plan on keeping it the same, if not making it worse for us on purpose.
But those people are the empowered minority. Okay. The mental illness is the majority. The unempowered, broke most of the time, also being exploited majority. They're the ones who suffer from the illness of white supremacy because they still hold on to racism. All of them do, almost unanimously.
But they see benefit in it, though.
But in their mind it is. That's why it's a mental illness, because it's not really benefiting them.
It's a pacifier.
Do you understand what I mean? It's not benefiting them? Not the average. I mean, benefits maybe within their nation, it might benefit them.
Yeah, and that's where we operate. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
It does benefit them, but I'm saying that you're entirely correct. It absolutely does benefit them, but it's still a mental illness. Because it's not as clear. You know what? I could be making it soft. So I'm gonna agree with you, because I just watched one of your videos where you talked about unconscious bias. You talked about once again the simplification and the kind of like the sanitizing of what is, you know. Why? But I don't know how to phrase it better.
I think I took screenshots.
The unconscious bias one.
It was a dope video.
Yeah, it's just how we're sanitizing it, because we're still trying to dismantle white supremacy without upsetting white supremacy. We have all this softly language, like, oh, it's white privilege, it's my fragility, it's this, and it's like half the stuff. People don't even understand what it means. What does white fragility even mean? What does unconscious bias even mean to Joe Public? Like, call it what it is. Like, unconscious bias is racism that you didn't know where it came from or why you have it, but you have it.
But they made racism so fluffy now. Yeah. It's hard to... So even if I was, racism, here we go. Yeah. There's the R word again.
Yeah.
I just wanted to read, because like I said, I took a screenshot. Yeah. You said, if we call racism unconscious bias, it negates all personal responsibility. How can you blame me for something that's unconscious, right? It's like sleep racism. Right, I'm practically the victim. You didn't go on to quote Keon West, who's an author of The Science of Racism, and he said basically, research shows that if all we're acknowledging is unconscious bias, then what we're really doing is protecting our own perception of innocence, reducing our concerns about the bias we claim to be addressing, and ensuring nobody's ever held accountable. That is not progress.
Exactly.
We need to fight, man.
Yeah, be careful of the ways in which we're foot soldiers for white supremacy ourselves, and call it out.
Oh man, it's tough.
Do you think Kemi is a foot soldier for white supremacy?
Foot soldier? She's an army leader.
General. Fair. Not too much of Kemi though, please.
Well, does
anyone know what her maiden name was? I know it's gonna sound really weird.
I actually don't.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm interested. Because that kind of foolishness has to come from my bloodline. Sorry, this is my historian line speaking now. I feel like these things like she has to come. I feel like she's from some powerful bloodline. She's doing some fakery.
Not too much, please.
Pretending to be a Nigerian. She ain't real. She's not real, man.
We don't claim her.
There's no way she's
Hey, man,
real.
you swing back, man.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Swing back.
I've said many a times my position. Again, you guys know my view on white supremacy. Many of you want to be part of it, right? I unequivocally don't, right? And I simply said, again, to repeat my point for the 20 millionth time, right? If, for example, we could say Barack Obama was a positive role model for black children, right? Then why can't you say the same thing about Kemi? Because both of them, right, operated in white supremacy and will do things that benefit white supremacy. I'm saying throw it all away. That's what I'm saying. That's my approach.
Well, I remember when I first came on this podcast and you asked me about Kemi, and my response was, I don't mind the optics. I didn't know much about it. I was like, I don't mind the optics. I like the look of a black woman being in charge. Kind of shows that they're capitulating slightly and they're having to, you know, I didn't know what she was going to be.
That's the thing.
I did not know what she was. She's a monster.
Yeah, exactly. And she just said, so now we can be like, no one can ever call us racist again because look what we've put at the helm. This monster.
You're eating a lot of crow and I don't like it, mate.
Hey, man.
At some point in time, I'm going to defend.
Remember, I know who I am. Innit? So, you get me?
Apparently it's Adebayo?
Adebayo.
No, it's Adegoke.
Adegoke.
Yeah.
Adegoke, okay. So who put Adebayo out there? That's made up. Just made up for some random.
Crazy bars, mate.
Well, there's two comments. Oh, well, Brent took it off. Black Rob said, we still, and this basically goes back to your point that you made earlier. He said, we still are mentally enslaved. My guy said, stop making films glorifying killing each other, and he got backlash.
Thank you, Black Rob. I got we've got one person back in.
You know, so. But yes.
Good morning, Jackie, and good morning, Godders. Just pause for a second, please. Emmanuel's going to read out the second comment.
Morning.
Morning.
Oh, okay. I saw you first, Jackie. So, what are your thoughts?
Good morning, everyone. I've joined in and out. I was going to ask, how much do you think we need to build our black communities? So the guy I know you mentioned Libya. The minute we create something, they tear it down. So the Tulsa community in America and the Black Wall Street, they tear it down. But can they tear it down as much now that there's so much information, live recording, etc.? Obviously, they could do other propaganda like health issues and stuff. They could put a virus in Africa, whatever it may be. But how much, when you see white people, you know, white flights, when too many people come into your area that's not white, they then all move out. And then the area becomes black. Like parts of Kent is very black now because of white flight. How much do we need to build our own communities? So we're also saying that we need to decompose white supremacy, but how much do we need to build our own communities so that we need to build community? So you've got, whether you've got communities in England, you say if you're black, middle class, upper class, this is where you should go. If you see Indians, they have different sections of areas in England they go to when based on their wealth. Jewish people, the normal ones live in Stamford Hill, the stupidly rich ones live in St. John's Wood. But you know that you know where Jewish people live, for example, so there's a community for them. If they come from Lithuania to England, they know where to go. They know where their aspiration is. Okay, I'm going to start in Stamford Hill and Hackney, and I'm going to end up in St. John's Wood in the future. We don't have that blueprint for black people. In England, I would say. I think America is different. You've got Atlanta, where's Black Mecca. Our money rotates around a lot within the black community in Atlanta. We don't have that in England. But how much should we also promote black countries? People moving back to the Bahamas, people moving back to Ghana and saying build there because there's black excellence there. I'm not talking about the South Africa where there's still white supremacy, but where the land is black, how much should we also promote that rather than teaching the white hites that they need to change? They're not going to change. It serves them to keep ignorant. Same way you said when you have a British passport. It serves, when I go to Ghana and I've got a British accent, it opens doors straight away. Why would I change that? Why would I come and say, oh, bring Effia in, bring Amma in? No, it served me to have a British accent, to show my British passport when I go to Dubai. So why not change our minds rather than their minds? That's the point I want to make.
Yeah. I think it's a good point. I think it's a really good point. There's nothing that necessarily was said that I disagree with at all. I think one of the things that I was thinking about was that the concept of a black community is one that's it's a difficult one, because first of all, like you pointed out, your question, well, not question, but the statement you made regarding when black people build communities and they ultimately get destroyed. This is not a tactic that's ever stopped. I think even during the credit crunch, the 2013 or 2008 to 2013 credit crunch, black Americans' homes were foreclosed at a rate far, many times more, and that's because a lot of them initially they were given less time to pay back their debts, but also they were initially given much worse loans, much worse loan rates than their white equivalent to making the same amount of money. So you've got that kind of like inbuilt anti-benefit against them. But then also on top of that, people speak of Tulsa and, because they know of it. But Tulsa's like one of hundreds, maybe even thousands of exactly those same things playing out. I speak about a book called Sundown Towns on my channel, written by Robert Lowe, where essentially all the sundown towns in America were birthed on exactly the same premise. There were black towns, and then white people would come in with their pitchforks and torches, chase the black people out, and then turn it into a sundown town to prevent the black people from coming back. And that's literally how all of them played out. And we're talking about 400. So there's 400 active sundown towns in America, and they all pretty much have the same history, where the houses, the communities were built, and white people came in and said, we'll take that with violence, and they took it. So that's a recent history. Yeah, that's a lot of that is a post-slavery history. In fact, it's pretty much entirely post-slavery history. So that's a recent history. But then on top of that, you have all of these kind of like inbuilt disadvantages to, trying to build wealth and community as black people. So I think, like she said, the answer does very much tie to, unfortunately as well, because it sounds like you're running away, but I've already made my mind up that I'm going to live in Africa. I've had enough of the UK.
Facts. Yes, let's go.
Yeah. I don't want to encourage everyone to do, but I've had enough personally. I know when I've had enough, and I'm like, I tried it, this and that, and I've just had enough, and I'm going to move back to Africa. And I don't want to say that that's the answer, but for me particularly, that's all I've got the energy for. I've got the energy for trying to reform this nation anymore.
But I just think like there's loads of points we made about what the statements just made. I don't think the options are mutually exclusive. I think we can educate because we are the best people to educate about the experience of racism and how that impacts black people. There are minds that are open out there. I know that we go on about white people this, white people that, but like I know that there are good people out there that like I didn't have this knowledge before, and with this knowledge I will do something different. But also building community that builds us up is something that I think after 2020 I saw happen in a way that I've never seen before. The kind of the circulation of the black pound, I had never really thought about that much before, and buying black and all these black pop-ups and everything. And now the black women in that group that I'm in on WhatsApp, like it's just all of that didn't exist to me. So I am building community in ways that I never have before, but I'm also hopefully through my anti-racism work, spreading the message to people, because we have to coexist in this world, all of us. So if we can all get on the same page, it will make it better for everyone. Your kids have to go to school with white kids. So if not for them, then let's educate their parents who are going to raise them and do that while you're packing for Africa. So all of these things can be going on at the same time.
I agree, but I also think there are some communities that are so insular. As Eman always says, integration is what killed us. We always want them to come in, or we're so open and inviting, where there are so many Islamic schools in the UK that they're not promoting it for anyone else. There's Jewish schools in the UK. There's so many communities that are really insular that they actually, only apart from school, they're not really going to mix with you afterwards. They might play with you up until secondary school, whatever, but afterwards they stick and come back to their community. And because we're always trying to teach people, I agree with you here, but I think it is okay if we had our own community and our kids only knew Africans and our kids only knew black people, because white people only know white people. Majority of them only know white people. Even when they're in workplaces with others, right, Eddie. Even when they are in even when they are in communities with us in a workplace, they will still stick to their own unless you've assimilated into their culture, unless you understand the films they watch. Like I go to the office, I watch so many films where they're all black, but they've never watched black films. They've never watched Best Man. They don't know Tay Diggs. They don't know Morris Chestnut. But I must know everybody, Ryan Seacrest. I must know everyone in mainstream. Why is theirs mainstream and mine is that other? But then we don't have conversations and banter and say, oh, let me see who Morris Chestnut is. Let me see who Sanaa Lathan is. They don't do that.
They won't.
But we should we're okay. We're enough. And we're so diverse as well. So you can go to Ghana and you see diversity. You go to Nigeria, they're different. You can go to Kenya, they're completely different. So if you explored Africa and the Caribbean, there's so much diversity there that you don't even need extras. The same way white people don't explore. They'll go to Gambia and not mix with the locals. They'll go to South Africa and only see white people. So why must we do the opposite?
So are you proposing a kind of a black school despite the diaspora being absolutely massive? Would that be like Jamaican heavy? Would that be Nigerian heavy? Would that
I
be
would
Kenyan?
love a black school, by the way.
So you can see black school. I'll give you an example. I live in Kent, and there's grammar school heavy in Kent, and predominantly they're white. It was white because there was white people in Kent. So the majority of kids that went to grammar schools back in the days were white people and a few Asians here and there. But now with the influx of particularly Nigerians, oh my God, it's blackity, blackity, black. But when you hear white people talk about grammar schools now, they're like, oh, you sure you want to send your kid there? Have you seen the kids that go there? Because of white flight. The minute there's more than 30% of us, then they're like, no, it's not enough anymore. Then they degrade it. But now, those schools, great, and it's black. Then they're not saying it's exclusive black school, but only black kids are now applying. Majority of the kids are black. Take SFX, the sixth form college in South London. Majority of the kids there are black. 70% of them were black. 30% were Nigerian. But no white British people didn't want to go there. The rest of the minority groups were Hispanics. They were white. There were barely any white British kids there. I said none. But it was in a white area. But because they saw that the school was kind of black, they stopped applying. So when we become the majority, they don't want it. But we don't mind being the minority in their schools. They would never be a minority in our schools, even when it's not intentionally black. Those schools are not black schools. There's just a lot of black kids that go there, but still white people withdraw from it. You see the difference?
Yeah. All right. Can I make my point now, please?
Good morning, Goddess.
I've been patiently waiting. I think it was Black Rob that started, that alluded to it earlier, that essentially we'll never be able to destroy white supremacy. And I know the reason why that is because everyone's informed about the idea of psychology and how if you've gone through something, you must, repair, firstly identify what the issue is so you can deal with it, whatever the trauma is. Yeah, everyone understands the basics of psychology, how to better yourself if something happened to you way back when.
Yeah.
Yeah? All right, cool. Slavery. Black people have never gotten any kind of treatment about their experiences, and white people, more importantly, have never got it either. Therefore, all the traumas, all the thought process, all the cognitive dissonance going on is purely because nobody has ever got psychological help to resolve this issue. So my point is, white supremacy will never end until the psyche of white people changes. And that is not happening because, as we all know, it benefits them. This system benefits them far more than any other group in the world. Therefore, until the psychological aspect of all these traumas, all these evil stuff has occurred and resolved, it's not going to happen. Now, to Jackie's point, I love what you said, sis, and the only way we're going to push above this is to have all black everything. We cannot coexist in the same world that they control. It's as simple as that. You can go into the nuances of the differences. Oh, it can work here. It won't. From time we're under their thumb, they will not let us prevail. As a few already pointed out, the Tulsa and many others like it has happened over the years, and they've come and destroyed it. So there's only one real output or one solution to this whole issue is we need to set up ourselves, look after ourselves, and do for us. Short, quick history. I think Rob will probably appreciate this. The original drug dealers in the world were British people. They went to China, opium. They did a madness, and China was F, like proper F. Gave them the worst of drugs, whatever. Fast forward, did the white people, did British America help China get to where it is now? No, is the answer. China had to dig deep and do for themselves. They found a way, they found a solution, and embedded themselves in all multifacets of business, e-commerce, technology, you name it. They came up with solutions and built out and conquered and took back control of themselves. We can do that as black people. But unfortunately, we're just so, I don't know, separated and working as individuals. It's going to take a long time, but I fail to believe that it won't happen, but it's going to take time.
I think we're so fixed on being accepted. So when you are doing well, you really want to go to a nice area. Whereas China, like you said, they built quietly, then boom.
Exactly.
They're now Singapore built quietly. They were before. They built quietly.
The blueprints are there. Even Dr. Amos Wilson wrote a brilliant book. I can't remember the name of it right now, but he gave a brilliant diagnosis of all that we're going through and how we can, build ourselves out of it. So there's solutions there. It's just, unfortunately, many black people are not ready for that fight and ready for that nation building of us only. And unfortunately, we just think too inclusive opposed to the other way around.
Do you think it's a bit different though, with the fact that China is like 10,000 miles away and they're kind of their own nation, but we live in England, we live in the West?
That is a problem, yes. Of course it's a problem, but Africa is our version. It's just that we're so disconnected, mostly perpetuated by Western cultures. They've come in and dismantled and paid this person to do that. Like, I'm just putting it in simple terms, but there's economic policies that designed, like, the best example I can give for us for a way out is Ibrahim Traore, sorry. Burkina Faso. Like, he's doing a great job, and I love that brother, man. We need more of those kind of people in African presidency or prime, whatever, at the top level. That's what we need. And
but
then
don't you think that's
at some
coming?
point, sorry?
Don't you think that's coming? Like all the African French nations that are rejecting the the euro or any sort of French leadership. Like, it takes time. You have to remember how recently lots of these countries got their independence. They are rebuilding after being pillaged for so long, then having their leaders assassinated, and then getting back on their feet with all the debt that they've incurred and the trade barriers. And we're not talking about just like a breakup and then you dust yourself off and this is entrenched.
Yes, I fully agree with you. It's coming. But it's going to take time. And I say we because I can't really do much myself. But apart from spreading the good word, the good things that he's doing, we need to protect people like him. Because Muammar Gaddafi had the same principle and he was trying a thing. Look what they did to him. And there's countless other similar African leaders who have tried to do the same thing and they came for him.
Well, I think the point that you're making now is actually linked to the point that you made earlier. Because the point that you made earlier was relating to the fact that black people have come out of slavery and haven't really had any opportunity to explore their mental health or any treatment for their mental health or any even acknowledgement of what happened to them. But also, a thing to note is that not all black people have ancestry that has experienced slavery. And this is one thing that I kind of point out. Like, I'm Nigerian, I don't have any ancestry of slavery. Although what happened to enslaved people, black people across the world, has obviously had an impact on me. I can't speak to a direct kind of a direct connection to having slavery in my ancestry. The reason I raise that point is because slavery is kind of like, I'm not gonna say this disrespectfully, but it's kind of like a soundbite that we always go to, but it's only one of several atrocities that has taken place that we've experienced as black people, and we're experiencing very real atrocities right now. You know, if you even want to use Traore as an example, Traore takes over from a presidency that was basically led by Compaore, who was responsible for the assassination of Thomas Sankara. Yeah, you know. Yeah. So Thomas Sankara was Traore, but several decades ago, who the West didn't want to deal with, and they got rid of, and they killed. In the worst way possible. And since then, France has been essentially economically and sometimes physically absolutely abhorrent to all of the French colonial nations. So this is like the whole world is sitting, us included, and watching this nation, that is this French nation who sits on top of human rights and all of this. This is how black people are gaslit. Commit the most atrocious crimes against humanity, against black people, and we just deal with it. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, deal with that mental trauma, the fact that you are being dehumanized and murdered whenever we feel like it, but just deal with it, because that's just the reality of living in this world. And we turn around and go, hey, this world feels a bit racist. I'm like, you're crazy, racist? What's racist about it? You know, it's kind of like, this is the kind of things we got to deal with. So this is, that whole mental health thing it goes across the black community globally, because we all experience it in different ways, whether you're directly related to enslaved ancestors, or maybe you never had enslaved ancestors, maybe you were indigenous and you were kicked off your land and you were told you were slaves, or maybe you would, like, there's so many layers to what we've gone through as black people. It's absolutely unbelievable. But I think it all connects. And I guess the other point I was going to make is the point that the lady said before him, regards to build on our own. I am not an advocate of us, because I agree with her, by the way. I'm not an advocate of us teaching black history in schools, for instance. I hate it. I think it should be scrapped. I think it should be scrapped, because I don't...
Clean slate.
Yeah, I think...
You mean black history as it is taught now, or actual history of black people? I don't want
black history taught in... Because these aren't our institutions, and this is the problem. We're trying to adjust their institutions to do... to do right by us, and they're not going to. So education will not do right by us. The education system is a Western education system that's built up to perpetuate Western myths. That's why it exists. The history curriculum is not there to teach historical fact. It's there to teach a version of history that is complementary to them. So they're not going to all of a sudden turn that on its head and teach accurate black history, because they'll see themselves as villains. You know, if they taught accurate black history or accurate world history, they'll be like, oh my God, we're horrendous. You know? So they're not going to give all of their kids that mental trauma that we've had to deal with. So they're going to tell lies, which is what they do. So I'm not an advocate for black history. I think that we do need to build our own. We need to figure out ways of circulating our own history. Our own nations is a great place to start. So for instance, my time in Africa will be spent building the African curriculum, because that's important. I want to see a complete scrapping of the Western curriculums that are currently at play in a lot of African nations, and see if they hopefully can, pass over to the Caribbean, parts of America and the HBCUs, etc., where they take on actual real black curriculums, that are taught by black people and written by black people, and don't need to go through a qualification process where a white person needs to sign it off, which is what we have at the moment, because they will never allow us to make those important steps of progression.
Yep, and it's all about psychology, man. Like we need to get our mind right, to put it simply. Like it's so deep. Like even names, bro. Like I was born in Uganda, obviously, and I came over here. But one of my names is an English name. Like people don't deep how mad the slavery, how this colonization is, when it's ingrained even in our simple names, things that people call each other by.
Is that one of your surnames?
The language we speak.
Sorry, is that one of your first names or surnames?
First name.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Same.
But obviously I know I've got West Indian, and theirs is the whole name is westernized. And people can't, some of us can't even accept that first very point.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they want to tell me that racism or the white supremacy doesn't exist. Brother, your name is exactly that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have that name. I know it's simple, but I'm just saying how heavily layered until we sort out the psychological aspect and getting our mind right and thinking in a uniformed way. It's not gonna change, and they definitely don't want to change it.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you, Goddess, man. Appreciate that call. Every time, man. Appreciate it.
Did you have a you look like you had something to say when I said about the curriculum
History.
Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, no, when you were saying you don't agree with Black history being taught,
Yeah.
I was wondering if you agreed with the way Black history is taught rather than Black history as a thing being taught. And I think what you meant was that the way that it will be taught in Western institutions will never be the right version of history or the real or an accurate version of history.
Yeah.
So what you want to see is a real version taught by Black people to Black children.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's because I've seen it being taught.
Yeah.
By history teachers. They love it. It's their favourite subject. And that
Yeah.
should be an alarm bell straight away.
Yeah.
You know?
I get messages to my
Yeah.
Should I Have a Problem With account from old history teachers saying
Yeah.
that they were banned or struck off or something for trying to teach a version of history that
Yeah.
wasn't complimentary about whiteness.
There you go. There you go. They don't want to change it, man.
Jackie.
Anyone that thinks otherwise is delusional,
Yeah.
and I can't help him.
Jackie, correct me if I'm wrong.
Serious.
Did you have a hot take about Black history in education? What was it again? Being taught. What did you say? You said you don't want.
I think that.
No, I don't want. I
Sorry,
agree
go on.
with. I don't want it being taught. No, I don't want it to ever be taught in school because you're always going to say it from a different lens. I'm brainwashing my child to believe the Ashanti kingdom is the best in the world, and the Ashanti, the whole monarchy is the best in the world. The same way you teach your child that the British monarchy is the best. I'm going to brainwash her and as a default. But the minute certain conversations come, Rosa Parks, she came and was like, oh my, we had to sit at the back of the bus. Who's we? Who is we? I don't relate to South Africans.
That's the hot take.
I
That's what it
love
was.
hearing
That's
about
the hot
it.
take. Yeah. Anything that is related to
But I
people
mean,
like
it
me,
wasn't my- it's not my
don't teach
history.
that part. It's the other part.
But
that
it's
you
not
want.
my history. But it's
Fair.
actually not my
Yeah,
history
yeah,
to teach
that
my
was the hot
child. It's not fair. But and then I say, oh no, we're not like them. It's like, what does that mean? We're not like them. Like, oh, they're Black American. Where it's too much of an introduction. I would have rather introduced it the same way Blackish introduced it when they talk about June 19th. And then I spoke about this is their Independence Day based on their history. I don't have slaves in my family. I can appreciate you have slaves in your family, but I don't have it in mine. So I don't have Zulu warriors in mind. I don't have the Songhai tribe in mind. But I can learn about it, but don't box everybody in the same boat. We're not the same. You can appreciate the
Can you
history.
take the pillow off of your phone, please?
Really?
Yes, I'm muffled.
It's because I'm echoing, but anyway.
Nah, real talk, Jackie.
So,
Jackie,
sorry,
I
just
hear you,
interrupt
sis.
that.
One
They don't
second,
want to admit
guys.
that. Brent doesn't want to
So
admit
if you're advocating for Black schools, yet teaching that each Black culture should stand alone and not share history, how would a Black
Thank you.
school work?
the same way I can teach about the Yoruba tribe and appreciate them, and then tomorrow I can teach about the Igbo tribe and appreciate them, and then the next I can teach about the Gar tribe and
These are going to be
appreciate
long
them.
school days to get through all these African
but you can
nations'
pick- but you
history.
can-
It's
but you
good
can
though, but
pick-
that's what's needed.
But the same way, but you
got
can
time.
pick which one. I don't think. I don't agree with Black schools anyway. But I'm just saying, if you did have Black communities, there are Greek schools on Saturdays. All these other whites have schools on Saturdays. I've taught them, so I know they have schools. Turkish have Saturday schools. They all have intentional schools. You don't have to be Ghanaian to learn about Ghanaian history. I've learned about the Oyo tribe. I'm not Nigerian. I'm nowhere Nigerian, but I've learned about it. So you can say we went to school and we learned about South Africa, or our school we only learned about Southern African tribes. It won't kill you. Will you die? You learn about Henry VIII and his 6 wives.
Jackie, I fully
Did
hear
you
you.
know?
I fully hear you. When it comes to education, there's some individualistic aspects to it because we're not all the same, and we've gone through different stages, different history, and we need to make that the forefront of whatever we're trying to teach to our nearest and dearest, basically. So I hear you on that
Yeah.
front, but there has to be like a collective education system where we teach about everyone else as well. So it's all in one, but obviously in education, most of the time it's individualistic endeavor, which starts with your nearest and dearest closest to you, and then you branch outwards. So,
And why do we always start with 300s? Why didn't we start with 800s? Why do we always start with when we were oppressed? You introduce to your child that we were less than and we have to fight. We're not always fighting. Like, we don't always come from a fighting nation.
So
we're fighting, but not the same fights.
All right, Jackie, what is the problem with having a black school and teaching black history? If, for example, you would have the control over when you start. I don't know, like, why do we need to start in I don't know, 1655? Why?
That's exactly my point. Why must we always start?
But you're against black history and black schools.
No, actually, I don't mind that. I'm not like fighting for black. I'm against Black History Month.
The month.
No, she's also against black schools.
No, I'm not. No, I'm the one that said it. I'm
That's
the
what
one
she
that said. No, sorry. No, don't put words in my mouth. With your Discord not working properly. What I said was that I don't mind black schools, but we don't need ultimately only black schools to make it succeed. If we have black areas, by default, we'd have black schools. If you come to Kent, the majority of the schools there, in the grammar schools, the kids are black. If you go to not even Hackney, there's some schools that are, we're now moving, but we didn't intentionally make it a black area. I think if you have black areas, you'd have black shops, you'd have black hairdressers, and the pound would go quicker through your black community. If we're intentionally saying this is where wealthy black people move to, then when you get a bit more money, you move to Chislehurst. When you get a bit more money, let's move here. This is the road map for black excellence. Start in Hackney, live here, move there, if you want to follow black people in a certain area. Have you heard of Jack and Jill in America?
Why do you have to move to other places though? I don't understand what you're saying.
No, but for social mobility. Why wouldn't you?
Say again?
No, but everyone moves.
I kind of get where I get where she's coming from.
Even through the pillow?
Yeah, the parts that I can make out. I get where she's coming from. I think first of all, I don't like Black History Month. I guess we can use it as a tool. It's not something that's being centrally controlled, so we can utilize it. But anything that I feel like they're dictating when it happens, exactly. I've got a problem with, because you ultimately got the control. And I think that's what, even the whole idea of you can be in a black area, and therefore by default it will be a black school, but you'd still be adhering to a white curriculum. Is my issue that you have there. So I advocate a black school. I think we, as a community, another area of gaslighting we have to face with is anytime we label something black, white people go crazy. Whereas you can come in and be like Jewish, and they won't care. You come and be like Indian, they won't care. You come and be like Mexican in America, they won't care. But the moment you label something black, white people will jump into victim mentality. Oh, they're target. Oh, why? Like, they've got a real problem with black people setting up their own institutions.
I worry about how funded that would be as well. If it was like centrally funded and it's suddenly a black school, then you see like suddenly all the money starts disappearing and funneled to somewhere else. So unless we're controlling that as well.
Exactly.
Is someone saying the new black is going to have problems?
Come on. That's one way you could have chopped that. We ain't gonna have no problems, bro.
Is this topic too hot?
No. We got active.
But why is that even a thing for us to have said that when Asians would have the same problem? Maybe with money, with funding. Is that what you're saying? There could be funding issues or accountability there. Every community would have that.
Yeah. We have to fund it ourselves ultimately. We have to fund it ourselves. Anything that's going to work in the long term is going to have to be self-perpetuated. We can't rely on central funding, another word for government funds, whatever, for anything, because with that will come the need to compromise, as we're seeing with all these black shows where they're killing each other. It always comes with a need to compromise. There's always a price to pay. It's only when we have complete control that we can actually perpetuate what needs to be perpetuated about and to our communities. And that's so I think black schools are a thing, but they have to be black schools funded by black communities. So it's kind of hand in hand with what you were saying, Jackie. It's like the community needs to come first, but then when the community is there, why not set up a school? It could start as a Saturday school, but set up that school. And then let it kind of like develop and build from there. See if you can get, I mean, my daughter has just finished her tenure at a primary school, which when they opened it, they promised it was going to be like a French-speaking school. So that's why we set it there, because we wanted to speak French.
Oh, wow.
And they made all these promises. The school was rubbish, rubbish. They didn't fulfill any of their promises, but it's there now. It exists. Do you know what I mean? They built something from like virtually nothing, you know what I mean? And it was it kind of opened my eyes to the fact that you can just start things. Do you understand what I mean? They started it, they had like 30 students the first year, 60 next year. Now it's a thriving primary school with a good intake and horrible education. But it's there. So it's like, why can't you do that in a majority black area like Kent, what she was saying there? Why can't you start something like that and see how it goes, you know?
But can you see how you said it was rubbish and you were fine with that? Whereas if it was a black school that was rubbish, no, I'm not saying you personally, but sometimes when it's a black thing, we have the highest accountability level and expectation for them.
Yeah.
But when it's non-black, it's like, oh, they weren't as good, you know. But when it's black, like, no, they have to be producing A stars. Otherwise, there's no justification in me sending my child there. And that's also a problem. We don't give ourselves enough room for growth. Like the lady said as well, China, they give themselves a 100-year plan for their country. We're giving Africa 5 years. Oh, Ghana must change in 5 years, otherwise I'm not going. They said, no, within 100 years, we're going to be like this.
And
can that make sense?
Can I add to that as well? Because you're 100% right with that, but I'm going to add to that. The reason we kept her in the school is because in spite of it being a really rubbish school, it was mixed, as in the demographic. It was mixed demographically, and she was happy. And that's the first time, she's my third, that was the first time we'd sent a child to school, and this is including private school, by the way, and we hadn't had any issues with racism. It was the first time. My son, like, every time he had no offense, an Asian teacher would have a problem. My daughter, every time she'd have an Asian teacher, we're in the school because she's got a problem because these people are racist. And they're trying to talk them down. I had one big fallout when they were trying to teach my 5-year-old black history. My 5-year-old, whose best friend was a little white girl. They're trying to teach them about Rosa Parks. I said, do you think this is appropriate? Introducing them to these concepts at this tender age when they don't need to be learning about that. Like, we'll tell her, she didn't know she was black until then, by the way. I hadn't raised my daughter and said, by the way, you're black. Do you understand what I mean? She didn't know she was black till she went to school and they told her, you're black and you used to sit at the back of a bus. Wow. Do you understand what I mean? This is what happens when you leave them in charge of curriculums. This is how they will damage your psyche. And this is why, by the way, black children go into school, the top of the class, consistently, it's a fact, primary school, go into school, the top of the class, and leave at the bottom. That's a statistic, a proven statistic. Exactly.
No,
unless you've got parents like us who will move you school. But that's a lot of work, moving a child's school. So
the other statistic is, that is true unless they are in areas where there's more than 30% of them are the same. So if they're a minority, then they will be at the bottom. But if they are a good number, it stays the same. So the question is, should you send your kid? So your barometer of a good school is, my child is happy and she's doing well. So shouldn't that, because of diversity, so shouldn't we move to areas that are diverse? Whereas you don't live in a diverse area, it seems. But how intentional should we be when we're moving? And that's, if we don't have spaces for black excellence when we move, we're not segregating I can't remember your name, but sometimes you just want the upward mobility, social mobility and economic mobility. And the next stage might be to move outside of Hackney. So you pick an area and sometimes you don't know that there's a black excellent area. So you go to these private schools where your child is a minority. And I've heard people have to petition for cameras in the school because they always blame their son. And the minute they put cameras in the school, the son was no longer the problem. Because there's evidence now. But why should you have to put your son in that school in the first place? To mess up his mind?
Exactly.
Because it's a private school? Because you're told it's a good school?
No, but these schools, are these schools not good?
No, I mean, my daughter went to a private school, still had racism issues with the teachers and the staff. And that goes to a point about my first daughter, my third daughter, who we kept in a rubbish school because she was happy. And we were like, we can just get her tutored, which is what we did. So we just basically got her tutored to make sure that she was up to scratch. But we kept her in a rubbish school because, as long as she's happy and they're not chatting any rubbish in her ear about a race, and we stay in control of her, self-image, that is actually more. Imagine. Do you think there's a white piece? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? What would the things we settle for? But it's kind of like, well, fine, we know we can plug or fill the gap where
Yeah.
it existed. But why should I have to do that? But it's a
Yeah.
reality. Do you understand? It's a reality of it. I was like, you know what? That's a compromise I'm willing to make because I'm not sending her to that school. She's not going to the private school again because they got issues.
Yeah.
Had to settle for the rubbish school just to keep her happy.
Yeah.
Man, you have a different approach with your daughter,
Sorry?
right? You have a different approach to Andrew with your daughter. She knew she was black before she could speak, innit?
Yeah, they don't, man. 100%. Watching speeches from the minister from 3 months, 100%. No, but because for me, that was one of the things I thought. You know what? Like, you're my child for a reason, right? God knows the type of man I am with him. So if you're going to be my child, I have to make sure that you are equipped for certain things from day one. And I understand that if we don't do certain things, there will be active forces from the enemy, right, to make them see the world through a particular lens. I can't give them an inch. So my thing was, remember that episode where we had Daryl on the show? We showed the whole doll test, talking about all these black kids.
Yeah.
And he even said that some of these kids' parents were pro-black,
Yeah.
Rastafarians and all sorts.
Yeah.
They were heartbroken
Yeah.
seeing their children choose the white dog.
Yeah.
I said, not in my house.
Yeah.
It can't happen. So right now, you can ask my child, like, I've done the experiment with these guys. You come here and ask her what she likes. She'll tell you, I love black skin. She randomly, will be driving and say, Dad, do you like that girl? And I'll be like, don't say this when your mum's here, right? But do you like that black? Do you like her? I said, yeah. I said, I know why. I said, why? Because she got black skin. I said, that's right. 100%. Do you? He said, yes. Why? Because she's beautiful. She's got black skin. She's 4 years old.
man.
I love it.
You know what I'm saying?
Love that.
I think I did it a slightly different way in that I didn't overtly mention race, but I also made sure I controlled the messaging that took place in my house.
Yeah,
So I knew exactly what my kids consuming. There's no news in my house. There's no nonsense. And they know that I'm belligerent to a lot of shows. You know what I mean? There's no white dolls. So they didn't have any white dolls
is it,
growing up. None whatsoever. They only had black dolls. And they got nothing but compliments about how far superior their hair was to that hair. But without me having to overtly say, which I think you're always cool, by the way, but that's kind of like how I dealt with it. Because I kind of like, no, you just need to know what you are.
But I
That's all
think
it is.
this is different, like you, because I don't have kids, but like I know that I needed what you're saying when I was younger. Because I think our parents didn't have those tools, they didn't have that information. They were all about like, keep quiet, get through it. Like we just need to navigate the system. But the way that I see you guys and my sister raising my niece and nephew, like everything is black in their house. Like the storybooks, the things on TV, like everything. And they're just so in love with themselves
This is it.
in a way that our parents didn't have to give us, I don't think. So I think this is this new generation. Like when I see us, I think, God, we're strong. When I see the kids, I'm like, these are little warriors.
Yeah.
All black everything.
100%.
But also,
And you gotta be
I think our
unapologetic
parents
about
didn't
it as
need
well.
to give it. Our parents didn't need to give it to us because they came from Nigeria. Our parents didn't need to give it to us because they came from Nigeria and everything was black. They didn't know they had to tell us black things and introduce things as black. But do you know what I mean? So
But I think
the
that's
doctors,
also-
every doctor's black.
But I think that's also why
Last
we got
thoughts on
some
this,
of our
Emmanuel.
I think that's also why we got some of the problems. Because I remember one of the books that my daughter got given to take home was The Ugly Duckling. And we read that in school, like our generation. But our parents may not have spotted the racism there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We have to do that. So we can't necessarily say our parents didn't have to. They maybe just didn't see certain things.
Yeah.
We see it, we have to kill it, make sure that there's no room for any of that because it destroys us.
Yeah.
It really puts us back.
So insidious, like to try and unlearn it again. You have to go back to the roots of when I was 5 and then that
100%.
happened. Like it's a lifetime's work. If you can cut it out of the root, then you've
100%.
saved her all that trauma.
Yes.
This is the point you were making, Andrew, with the glorification of the step movies and stuff, innit?
I guess so. I guess so. I think it's all related personally. Like I said, I know the benefit it's had in my household of being in control of the messaging. You know, my son is first year of university. He hasn't watched Kidulthood. You know, he hasn't had any of that crap. You know, we watch. I don't get me wrong. We watch UFC together, do all of that stuff. Do you know what I mean? So you get, you know, but there's certain things. And if he does watch the stuff, by the way, if he wants to, he knows what I feel about it. He's like, oh yeah, Dad, you're not going to be interested in Top Boy. You know, of course not. You know, I don't watch that crap, son. You know, so he knows. But
I think it's also about building them up so they're strong enough in their own identity in themselves that when they come across kidulthood and stuff like that, you're like, oh, that's just one message, that's one random thing. But while he was being formed, he wasn't infiltrated with all this stuff that he was questioning and not sure. And like I think there's a time to come into contact with anything, and it's once you already know who you are. And that's your job as parents, to kind of fortify them against what they're going to come into contact with, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
I think the best thing, we just need to arm our young ones with the tools they need to navigate this system. Because I have my wife and I, we have 5 children, and we've had to teach them slightly different, just purely because we like to teach them as individuals as well. So we just arm them with the best tools we can. So yes, we teach all black everything, but within that we also tell them that there are different people who think differently. But as long as it's not, negatively impacting you, it's all good. But everything has to be black first.
All right, people. So, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, a 5.2 earthquake rattled San Diego, California, and the surrounding area on Monday afternoon. So the quake struck at 10:08 local time, with an epicenter in Julian, California.
Hold up, mute him.
Around 2 hours after the earthquake, Perrick Godwin, who's a spokesperson for the city of San Diego, told the BBC that there had been no reports of structural damage or injuries. The San Diego's sheriff office also said it had not yet received any reports of injuries or damage, major damage caused by the earthquake, but said it was a developing situation. Next headline, and the World Health Organization has said that conditions at hospitals in Gaza are beyond description after a major facility was put out of service by an Israeli airstrike. Spokeswoman Dr. Margaret Harris told the BBC that it was seeing attack after attack on hospitals and healthcare workers, and medical supplies were critically low due to Israel's blockade of the territory. On Sunday, staff at Al-Khali hospital in Gaza City said an Israeli strike had destroyed its laboratory and also damaged its emergency room. They did not report any direct casualties, but said a child died due to disruption of care. The Israeli military said it hit a command and control center used by Hamas to plan attacks. The hospital is run by the Church of England, whose bishop said that they shared grief, sorrow, and outrage with Palestinians over the attack and called on Israel to provide evidence to support its claim. See, I think this kind of speaks to the whole thing that we were talking about earlier. It depends on who says certain things, where it'll get believed or not. If this wasn't the Church of England that ran this hospital, you know what I'm saying?
Would it even have a news?
At all.
It's like, toilet, is that it?
You know what I mean? It's done. It's a shame. Next headline, and Donald Trump says Chinese-made smartphones and other electronics will not be exempt from tariffs, adding that they are simply moving into a different levy bucket. European stock markets bounced up on Monday morning after Friday's official announcement that some of these products would escape levies of up to 145%. China has called on Donald Trump to completely cancel his tariffs regime and return to the right path of mutual respect. However, US officials said on Sunday that products would be subject to a semiconductor tariff instead, with Trump expected to reveal more details later. US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said that the new levy would be in addition to a host of global tariffs that the US imposed earlier this month, then paused for 90 days. He also added that we need our medicines and we need semiconductors and our electronics to be built in America. Next headline, and El Salvador will not return Kilmer Abrego Garcia, who's a Salvadorian national who the US government mistakenly deported to his home country, where he's been held in a notorious mega prison. President Nayib Bukele made the comments during a meeting on Monday at the White House with Donald Trump, with whom he shares a strong relationship. And the US Supreme Court ruled last week that the Trump administration must facilitate the return of Mr. Abrego Garcia, who lives in Maryland with his family and was granted protection from deportation by a court in 2019. Did you guys hear about this?
Yeah.
Diabolical, isn't it?
Yeah, completely innocent guy.
It's ridiculous.
Where's he from?
El Salvador originally.
Okay.
Yeah. But he was there, minding his business.
Yeah.
They got the wrong person.
Wife and kids, everything.
Wrong person.
Yeah.
I think they even returned him at first, right? And
they
then,
wanted to return him, then it was blocked.
Something happened.
Yeah.
And then the family just saw him in a news clip with him on the plane.
To somewhere else, like not even his birth country.
So he's not from El Salvador, is he?
No, I think he went to I don't know where he went, but it wasn't.
Is he from Colombia? He's from another country.
Another
and they've sent him
country.
to...
Just a third one.
Damn shame. Damn shame.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't laugh, but that's so American, man.
It's so wild.
Yeah, it's just like
Any other country, like that sounds like a Russian story or like a fascist story, but it's like plucking people off the street.
Yeah.
random. On that note, do you have any updates? Because I know there was like there was a shooting at a station the other day in London somewhere. And it sounded like another John Charles de Menezes. Somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, it happened, but it's like it's been swept under the rug and no one's talking about it anymore. But I don't watch the news. I don't know if there was anything more. Does anyone know about that shooting that happened? The police shot someone basically recently.
Yeah.
In the last week and a half.
Right.
And I was trying to see what happened, where that went to, but it seems like it's just gone
It's
radio
been buried.
silent.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, the police shot someone recently.
Yeah.
Damn shame. Our next headline, and Algeria has asked 12 French embassy staff to leave the country within 48 hours. This is what France's foreign minister said. Jean-Noël Barrot added that it was linked to the indictment of 3 Algerians in France on Friday, one of whom is a consular official. They're accused of involvement in the abduction last year of Amer Boukhouz, who's 41, and he was an outspoken critic of Algeria's government with an audience of more than 1 million people online, and he had reportedly been granted asylum in France in 2023. Barrot urged Algeria to abandon the expulsions and said that France was ready to respond immediately if they went ahead. Never before have French authorities arrested an employee from the Algerian consulate, and the fallout has set back recent attempts to improve relations between the two countries.
Doesn't that violate diplomatic immunity?
That's what it's looking like, yeah. But, you know. And our last headline, is that our last headline? No, yeah, it is. Our last headline, prisoners housed in separation centres have been stopped from using kitchens following an attack by the brother of the Manchester Arena bomber. So the POA, the Prison Officers Association, said that 28-year-old Hashem Abedi, who's the brother of Salman Abedi, threw hot cooking oil over the guards before stabbing them with homemade weapons on Saturday. He was sentenced in 2020 to at least 55 years in prison after being found guilty of 22 counts of murder over the 2017 atrocity, and is serving his sentence at Category A Franklin Prison in County Durham. The attack is said to have happened at a separation centre, a small unit sometimes referred to as a prison within a prison, usually used to house dangerous prisoners and those deemed a risk of radicalising other inmates. And after the attack, the POA National Chairman, Mark Fairhurst, called for cooking facilities and items that can threaten the lives of staff to be removed immediately.
Milton Keynes.
Yes.
Apparently the guy had a knife, it was reported, and they shot him a few different times.
Shot him dead, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, see what I mean? That's when we just have to believe their story. And he had a knife, so that doesn't sound like proportionate. Just
He moved at speed towards officers with the knife before a shot was fired by police.
But if you're not
kill
trained
shot.
to disarm someone with a knife, you're not trained to be a police officer.
Exactly. That's always the excuse, though, isn't it? It's always appropriate. Oh, well, we were scared. Well, what's different between you and anyone else walking down the street then? If you have the
you scare this
inability to
easy.
keep people alive with a gun.
But a man wielding a sword killing a young black card, you're not scared of him.
Unbelievable.
It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. But yes, that's it for our headlines. Time to pay them bills. Brent, let's do a quick People's Journal, yeah.
Okay.
All right, people, welcome to the People's Journal, where I give you the news from an economics point of view. There's only a couple of things I wanted to mention. This might be of interest to people buying properties. According to new figures, more low deposit mortgages are available to choose from than at any other time since the financial crisis in 2008. So this might be good news for people. The number of deals that need a deposit of 5% or 10% have risen to the highest level since then. So yeah, man, I think the first time this came out, I spoke about this. This was months ago, where lenders started to welcome the whole 5% deposits again. So yeah, long story short, that is there. Yeah, and basically this is a opportunity for first time buyers, man.
Isn't stamp duty going up there?
Yeah, that went up. Yeah,
So that's why.
They this is what they do, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You could be paying more.
That's
so.
it. 100%. But yeah, but to be fair though, I guess for a lot of first time buyers, some of them may not be spending above a certain amount of money, especially if they're outside London.
Yeah.
So they won't be exempt. Like they'll be exempt from the threshold for stamp duty.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. Those changes came into effect 2 weeks ago on the 1st of April, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, that's that. And also wanted to mention that job vacancies have fallen to the lowest level, man, in nearly 4 years, suggesting that demand for workers is weakening as employment costs grow. So the number of jobs on offer fell to 781,000 in the first 3 months of the year. This is what the ONS, the Office for National Statistics, said. While the payroll numbers also declined as well. The average UK pay continued to rise. It's up 5.9%, but increases in employer national insurance contributions, as well as the national minimum wage hikes, which came to the force this month, are also going to be weighing in on to have an effect on salaries.
That's why I'm leaving.
This is what I'll say to people. You know what I mean?
Enough, man.
This is it, man. So people. Anyway, I'm not gonna say anything else. But yeah, essentially that's what's happening, guys. So I know there's a lot of people believe that, you know what, owning property is the best way to, I don't know, pass on generational wealth, especially if you've got the idea of getting a second and a third and whatnot. So if this is your first time, this might be a good time. This does not mean the house prices are down. So the house prices are still what they are, right? But the opportunity to have the 5% mortgages up front, at least they're there. And then, a bit more lenders are open to it. Also, compared to the last time I redid my mortgage, which was, I think, a year and a half ago, the rates are down as well. Yeah. So that is something, you know what I mean? So, like I said, guys, if you're interested in that, do your Googles, man, and yeah, man, and yeah, take advantage of it. Again, not financial advice, just if you want to, you know what I mean? And yeah, but that's it for the People's Journal. Brent, let's go into the reaction.
What?
What happened?
I want to know about like the music stuff.
Okay, of course.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
New person in the studio, bro.
Can you imagine? Yes, forgive me. Please, Eckoes. Please talk to us about your music. Your pursuits, your career and everything. When did you start?
Well, I kind of had a really weird trajectory into music. I did languages at Nottingham like a while back, and I went into the city to be like a real grown-up person for a while, and then was just like, this can't be it. This can't be what all this education's led to. So quit, went traveling, went to music school, and then tried to go back to the city a bit because, you know, musicians are poor, and then couldn't do everything properly, and then left the city for the second time to be a musician. And yeah, haven't really looked back since. So I kind of make ethereal electronica. This new album's kind of Afro-fused. It's taken me a while to get back to myself. And it's funny that music of my childhood is now like really popular all of a sudden. It's like, this is the stuff I've always listened to. So yeah, it's kind of fusing that with like the Londonness of being brought up here. So it's kind of like a bit of a London Lagosy type thing going on.
Sick.
But yeah, that's what I do with most of my time.
So you're actually playing the instrumentation stuff, yeah?
I can press keys, but I I write from my voice mainly. So yeah, I'm a singer.
Like, was that like in your family as well, or was it just
my
your
dad's a great singer, but he had to have a real job. He's a doctor.
Wow.
So I feel like he's always wanted to be a musician.
Serious?
But I think that's where I get it from. My mum can't sing to save her life. But yeah, so it is kind of passed down.
And this is something that obviously you're doing like as your main thing.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Instagram, bro?
Do you know what it is? I saw the other Instagram.
Saw what I sent.
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't know.
What did you say?
I said he probably saw what I sent him.
Yeah, the other
You
page.
didn't tell me, bro.
Because he's following the other one too. Because he fully went knows like what else she does other than the face to screen non-talking stuff. She's a whole like variety human being, you know.
Yeah,
crazy,
layers.
crazy.
Would you say that you're? Because I find he does it as well. He does music as well. I do music as well. Would you say that there's a link between the creation of music and the clarity of thought that you have? Because I've always found when I'm not being creative, I become a lot more muddy and a lot more muddled, and even sometimes less motivated than when I am. Do you resonate with that? Or?
Yeah, definitely. And I think I've only been able to start. I have a problem with like the anti-racism that side. because I remove myself from society by being an artist, and then I kind of feel like it's an artist's responsibility to tell the truth. And it's kind of translated into that. And the form of the anti-racism work is because I see them as songs. I see them as tiny little epithets that need to like have a story and conclude and land and kind of make sure they're all relevant to the title. And then I can write the next one the same way that I'll write songs and they'll complete themselves when they're ready. Like I don't know, it's kind of a very similar process. It's kind of poetry without the music.
It is.
In some ways.
It is. I think your ability to articulate like the Black experience is so good. And I'm not just saying this to gas you, because I said when I reached out, because your ability to articulate the Black experience is something that, for me, I was like, yes, that's exactly how I felt. But you've wrapped it up in this really short, often like 1 to 2 minute video.
Yeah, I try and keep them under 2.5.
Yeah, like 1 to 2 minute video where you've taken something that's so complex and actually drawn it to a conclusion, and in the midst of that time said everything that I wanted to say. That's really hard. Like, I don't think
Yeah,
I don't
there's a lot
sure
of
how
drafts.
long did they take you to build? Because these things are.
I actually started this idea in 2020 when George Floyd was murdered. My brain just exploded, and I was like, I am tired on a cellular level. I'm tired of being quiet. I'm tired of pretending everything's okay. I'm tired of just everything. So they kind of exploded onto my music page first, and I kept them there. And just, I think it was during lockdown, so I was just like, everyone was wandering the streets, and I was writing them in my notes, which is how they appear now. So I have like 200 ideas, and then I'll see what's kind of on my spirit and kind of start developing those, develop like 5, 6 at a time. And then when they complete themselves, they become published episodes.
Yeah.
And then, but like life just keeps generating more topics, or like I have a conversation with someone, and for me, they are just about catharsis. Like some people will comment like, white people don't care. Why are you writing this? I was like, that's not the point. Yeah. I think if I can create something where Black people can come to breathe or feel understood in a world that is so intent on misrepresenting and or erasing us, then to me, that is a public service to my community.
I love that. And I first of all, I've got a very similar process to you. So when you're saying that with the notes and everything, and then it's kind of like developing them, that's literally my exact process. Like I've just got loads of notes, and I'm deciding which piece of research I'm going to kind of release next. But also even about the way that you approach your audience. Because I, for instance, I've got quite a few white subscribers. Yeah. And I appreciate them. You know what I mean? I appreciate them. It's really nice to get positive feedback from them as well.
Yeah.
I love it. But make no mistake, it's not for them. My page isn't for them. So they can come and they're very welcome, but my page is for Black people to understand their history, to understand our global presence, to understand things that we've achieved, and to understand ultimately why we're in the position that all leads up to why we're in the position we're in. That's ultimately why my page exists. And the reason that I have to kind of reinforce that it's not for them, even though they're very welcome. Yeah. And I don't try to target anybody. It's kind of like, you're very welcome, but it's because sometimes even the knowledge of their presence can sanitize your message. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you can worry now, okay, I've got all these white people listening, now I can't afford to do that. I have to be able to tell the truth regardless of how offensive some people might find it. And when you start going into the depths of real Black history, it's not complimentary to the colonizing. It's not. It's not complimentary to them. It's very condemning, and it will feel like an attack for someone who's been schooled in a normal educational system. It's got to feel like, it's not an attack. This is just what happened. I'm really sorry it's not complimentary to you, but it doesn't stop it from being true.
I find like white people, British people, the only people I've seen that manage to feel attacked by their own history.
Yes.
And I'm like, no one's doing this to you. It's wild.
Yes. It's like they are not happy for any other version of history than a complimentary one, regardless of if they know it's just being entirely fabricated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like as soon as someone comes out, it's like there's been this new recent push now, which I'm sure you've all experienced it somewhat, to pat the British on the back for ending slavery.
Yeah.
Let's all get together and thank the British. I think Kemi even said it, that witch. I think she even said it, didn't she? She was like, oh, well, no one talks about the British ended slavery. So we're going to congratulate you for, please. I think you've articulated this better. For ending the thing that you've started.
Yeah.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. And the reason that you've ended is not even the reason that you advertise.
Yes, that's the main thing.
It's like...
I have an episode on the abolition myth.
It's just like...
really annoys me.
There's so much more as well, because we could go into Operation Legacy, because you talked about the burning of... the burning of everything. When they left all their colonies, they burnt everything.
Yeah.
That was part of something called Operation Legacy, where they weren't allowed to leave any trace of written history behind. So a lot of people think that all these African nations, oral history, there was no written history. False. Yeah. A lot of them have had their histories burnt.
Yeah.
There's so much we don't know. All we have is literally the crumbs that was left by centuries of occupation. After centuries of occupation, the crumbs of history that were left is all that we have, and we think that ultimately is the truth. It's like we are so far from what those nations were.
And these
before
crumbs, like how awful what we know is, let alone what was burnt, what was ordered by the British Empire to dump in the sea, anything that would embarrass the Queen.
Boom.
So imagine what went up in smoke if this is what I've been allowed to read.
Yeah. And the only reason we know is because what happened in Kenya, isn't it? So that's the only reason we know it. And then when they turned around and said, so imagine there's been, I think in the region, I've said, this is what they've admitted to. They've admitted to the region of about 40 million documents being burnt. Okay. We've recovered, I think, about a couple thousand, was it? Or something like that. So it's like, not even 1%, not even 0.1% is what's being recovered. Yeah. And this is recovered, and this partially kind of like, helped the Mau Mau's petition to kind of go through, because it kind of, and so when they was asked, well, so what was on these documents? I was like, well, pretty much the same stuff. So they'll admit to what we already know. It's like clearly the 99.999% stuff that you told us is probably a lot worse than the stuff that we know, but you're not going to admit to any of it. And you want to turn around now a few years later and pat yourself on the back for ending slavery and doing all of these amazing things, because the British Empire always needs to be congratulated.
I guess, isn't that their job though? To always to present their role as messiahs and people that came to save the world and give us, you know what I mean?
If you're a psychopath,
yeah.
If you're psychopathic, this is the thing. It's like, this is the Stockholm syndrome again, where we're just so used to psychopathic behavior. We're like, well, isn't that normal that colonizers would go in, occupy the personality of the people they're colonizing, change the faces and the shapes of their statues, burn all of their history, kill them, slave them, murder them, rape them, and then leave? Isn't that normal? No, none of this is normal. None of this is even remotely close to normal. Normal was what would happen, and what all of their sojourners and voyagers and people said when they arrived, and they were welcomed with open arms. And they said, hey, we have abundance, we're going to share with you. That's normal behavior. Yeah, normal behavior is the civilizations they overtook and they genocided. Yeah, the behavior that they're exhibiting is only normal in the context of history that we've been taught.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a damn shame. I was gonna ask you, does any of this stuff show up in your music?
Yes.
How so?
The new stuff, I feel like, as I mentioned, kind of like finding my way back to like my real voice. There's a song called Weight the World that I wrote really after Palestine, like that started. And it was just the weight of, again, as Black people, that we carry so much with us all the time. But I keep seeing things about how joy is the biggest resistance and how you still need to enjoy your lives while like being cognizant of all this stuff that's going on. And I find that like dichotomy like really hard. So it's how do you, one of the lyrics is, I carry the load of lineages torn from its former home. But how do we find like the joy that we need while we're struggling with the weight of everything? So it's kind of that open-ended question. It's got like a slight like Amapiano Afrobeat type thing. So you're meant to dance around to it, but it's actually like, are we okay? Is one of the lines like, are we okay?
Are you like working with certain labels? Are you signed or like? What's
No,
your-
I'm an independent. Me, myself, and I.
And do you prefer it that way? Would you prefer to stay that way?
I think I'm getting to a point which I'm grateful for, where it's getting quite a lot to manage on my own.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm reaching out to any labels that are listening. I'm like, want to sponsor this girl?
Do you have a manager?
No, I do.
So
on my own.
management will probably do. You probably don't need a label.
Yeah, yeah.
I really discourage. Well, not that I know. What do I know?
Depends on the label, though, I guess.
Yeah.
So
But I find that good management can do a lot of what a label
Yeah.
can do. Good management and distribution
yeah,
is often.
no, you're right.
But even now, with so much of music being kind of you're able to self-distribute essentially. You know, so there's a lot you can do. You know, it's I've been amazed at how many musicians there are out there, successful, relatively wealthy musicians who I've never heard of before, and people just introduced them to me. It's like, oh yeah, they're really big here, and they are with the community of listeners they've built.
Yeah,
Are really, really comfortable and doing exactly what they want, and not signed to a major label, and they might not be getting played on the radio, but they're getting played by enough people to sustain a really healthy life, you know.
yeah, no,
So
for sure.
that's been interesting to see.
Yeah.
Would you be open to having management hailing from Stamford Hill?
Very specific? I mean, I haven't rolled out any areas, so yeah.
Just as long as they're competent, yeah?
Yeah.
Fair. You heard it here first.
Oh dear.
So I feel like I was a linchpin there.
Yeah. Taking a cut on you. Nigerians.
I'm trying to remember the question I was going to ask you.
TKM is also a...
In terms of, I guess the compromise that you're willing to take, I guess, like with your music. If a label did come sign you now, happy with the terms, happy with the advance, all that sort of stuff, will you turn down certain messages in your music?
No,
No.
I don't want it at any cost. And I feel like it's the shit I have a problem with stuff feels like, as I was saying, like a public service. Like music feels like an expression for me, and I love the way it sounds, like feels when it comes out of my body and that type of thing. But holding space for other people feels so important that if someone said to me, and I'm very careful who I've been going on management meetings with recently, like if you're not a fan of all of it, you get none of it. Like there is no way. And if you said I'd need to turn down anything, then you don't want me because this is who I am. So it doesn't make sense.
Makes perfect sense to me what you're saying. I wish I knew about your music more, you know. But you know, I blame Brent.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
exactly. 100%. Yeah, you might, this is your fault, by the way.
How is it my fault?
100%.
I normally ask him what the guest name are, right? And he's like, don't worry. Andrew's basically vouched. I'm like, that doesn't
help
so I've
me.
gone looking, right? So I've stumbled on her page, and then I've clicked the link tree thingy.
Yeah.
And I've seen this intergalactic type of color wheel. I'm like, what is this? I click it. I'm like, oh, she's more than what we're seeing. That's why she's just standing in her normal Instagram and not saying anything, right? Because all it's saying is over there.
Yeah.
She's saying.
I feel like
Let me
my
reserve
voice is
that.
there. Yeah.
Over there.
I feel
So I'm
like this
wow.
is my fault. I only shared one part of you.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the part I'm enamored with. Here, check this out.
Yeah, you're a little selfish, man. He just wanted to be able to have a conversation. Crazy bastard. But the music is so good. The music is so good.
Thank
It's
you.
really like it connects differently. Now I don't know because I haven't gone through all of your music. And now I want to check to see what music you were making a few years ago compared to now.
Yeah.
To see that particular growth.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's different.
But it's very nice, man.
I'd love to go and check it out, man.
Thank you.
So is like the recent thing out, or is the
Yeah, I played Afrofuture in Ghana, not last year, the year before. And I took my producer out, Flo, who's now Earthstone. He's amazing. And we wrote half of the album there.
Oh, sick.
So we were like, let's really go and immerse
Yeah.
and
How
kind
long
of
were you
sit
there?
there. I spent a month there.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, and it was just magical, and it just feels just right. And you finally hit that sweet spot of like, this is how my personality is in song.
Yeah.
It just, so there's 3 singles from the new album. They're out, and these are all the kind of like the Afro like tinged bits, and then there are more to come this year.
Okay. And what's the name of the album?
I haven't named it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just leaking singles from it.
Okay, cool.
And
okay,
then we'll
and all of
see.
these are on Spotify. Yeah.
Yeah, Spotify. Anywhere you get your music.
I need to definitely deep dive and listen to this. Yes. Well, hopefully you guys. Well, I know you're going to come back.
I didn't warn you.
Hopefully, Eckoes, you'll come back, man.
Yeah, I'd love
especially
to.
when the album drops and everything.
Yes.
Please come back. And we'd love to deep dive and interview you properly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, she'll be on my
Thank
channel
you.
soon.
Yes.
It'll be the next year.
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
So we'll have another chat.
All right, good. All right, beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yes, Brent, reaction quickly, please.
Yes.
All right, people, welcome to the reaction. Yesterday, I know, Brent, you went through the scores, didn't it?
Yep.
So I don't need to do any of that. The other things I wanted to mention is just all boxing related. TKO, which is basically a new Saudi-funded boxing promotion. They're headed by Dana White. So that's basically Dana White working with, what's his name? Turkey Al-Sheikh. Yeah, thank you very much. Basically, they are seeking a minor amendment to the Muhammad Ali Act. So this particular amendment would allow TKO to award its own championship belts, which is similar to the UFC's model. And this particular act was there to basically help boxers and give them the whole transparency in terms of what the promotions and people are basically making it stuff, right? So they don't exploit the boxers. So this proposed change would not affect, this is what they're saying, will not affect the core protections for the boxers' financial and health interests within the Ali Act. It's just for them to be able to have their own sort of, their own bubble sort of thing, innit? So they can have their own belts. They don't have to start working alongside the WBC, WBA, and all them other guys. Because they pretty much are trying to do their own thing, completely away from them sanctioning bodies and all that sort of stuff, which I think is good, man.
No,
I think you don't think so?
No,
Why
it's
not?
Awful. It's awful.
Why?
Because Dana White, and if you look at his track record, you should know exactly what he's trying to do. So there's no way on earth I'm going to support it. UFC pays their fighters less than any sport
That's true.
on the planet. 16% of revenue goes to fighters from UFC revenue. Now, bear in mind, fighters, the lifespan of a fighter is the shortest lifespan of any, any kind of like sports person. You know, it's going to be the least. Any athlete, a fighter is going to have a very, very short career. And during a time in which they have tenure, unless they become champion, they essentially are going to be fighting for a salary. And they're going to leave with all of that brain damage, CTE, everything, and just having basically obtained a salary for a couple of years. It's absolutely awful. That company turns over billions and gives their fighters a tiny proportion of that. And most of them leave very broke. And they don't even give them things like basic things like sponsorship, which is where fighters make their money. And they used to put their things on their show. All this stuff is protected through the Ali Act. And in boxing, where the Ali Act says they have to take 80% of the revenue, which is correct since they're the ones getting punched in the head. It's awful. So I see what Dana White's trying to do. I think he's a abhorrent human being. I can't stand him. And I hope he's not successful. I hope it fails.
But what they're saying here is, I mean, obviously this may be down to whether you believe them or not, but what they're saying is the change will only affect their ability, I guess, to kind of award their own championships and belts and things of that nature. But the actual protections for the financial and health interests of the boxers, they're saying that's going to remain intact.
Yeah, but the thing is, what they're trying to do is it's the same thing they do in the UFC once again. They're trying to contractually bind fighters. So what happens is the fighters basically come in and they're putting on these really long fight deals, like 5-fight or 10-fight deals, where they have to say you can't fight for any other promotion for this length of time. And then during that time, before they get to the end of their contract, like when the 2 fights out, they give them another contract, but they know that because they're on the contract, they can't talk to anybody else. This is how the whole Francis Ngannou thing was, where he had to play out his contract as champion, risk all the fights they gave him during that time. If he loses the belt, they'll trash him and ruin his career. Like, it's all exploitative. That is no positives. I don't know why people want to see this in boxing. I don't get it. It's like, I don't get it. I don't understand.
To be fair, I agree with everything that you're saying in terms of that side of it. But I think the reason why people are for this is because as people who just consume boxing and are fans of the sport, right? You're thinking to yourself, you don't like the fact that certain bodies have too much influence. They don't like the fact that they protect certain boxers. They don't make certain boxers fight for belts when they should be fighting for belts. And they don't, as a result of this, because of all the politics, they prevent certain fights from happening. If you really are the best in your division, then you should be able to defend your belt and fight the best.
But they
mandatories.
don't do that in the UFC either. That's the thing.
Yeah, but at least I think they're pretty much saying that that's the argument for it. So, especially when you look at Turkey Al-Sheikh right now, what he's done in the past 2-3 years already, yeah? You're seeing the best fight the best.
Yes, but that's because what he's doing right now is the only way to get the best to fight the best. That is to pay them fairly, you know, or I think he's paying them over the odds. But the bottom line is, you know, pay them. What you say that, but there must be profit in it somewhere.
Definitely. Yeah.
But you pay them fairly for the fact that they're getting, like, they're entertaining the entire world. Everyone's clamoring for this fight.
Yeah.
Clearly, hundreds of millions of pounds are being generated, and the majority of that should go to the people who are putting their lives on the line. And you're trying to take that all away and say, we as the organisers, we as the promoters deserve all of that revenue. That's what you're trying to do. It's like, oh, they want to see the best fight the best. But the UFC didn't do that because Ngannou didn't fight John Jones specifically because of Dana White. You know, because he's not about the best fighting the best. It's when the best fight the best, I want to be the one who capitalizes from it. He's a brilliant illustration of white supremacy. He is. He actually is a microcosm. Dana White and the UFC is a microcosm of how white supremacy works.
But doesn't everyone do that though? Like
Everyone's
the
got Stockholm
PBC
syndrome.
was trying to only have PBC fighters fight themselves. What's his name? What's the guy with WBC? The guy who likes to be in everyone's videos. I can't remember his name. He likes to protect certain things and only have fighters fighting certain people that basically benefits him basically and the image of WBC. He was not enforcing the whole Canelo versus Benavidez fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like, you're always going to kind of get these biases in every sort of sanctioning.
Absolutely. So as long as we're clear that this is going to happen regardless, I would prefer the fighters to get paid at the end of it. I don't like fighters like Canelo who duck fights and this, that, and the other. But I will 100% always support the fact that he is the guy who's gotten rich from his career.
Yeah.
Why should anyone else be getting rich from his career? So I don't think they're ever going to solve that problem of fighters fighting fighters. But I think fighters, you know, if you look at all of these fighters that everyone likes to bring up and praise, oh yeah, look at they would fight anyone. Tommy Hearns is broke. Who's paying his bills now? Who's helping him to be rich? Why does Mike Tyson have to do a podcast? Okay, that's how he made his money back, because you know, all of these fighters.
Whose fault was that though? No disrespect to Mike Tyson, we know he squandered money though.
Yeah, he did. But at least he had some money to squander, because he wouldn't have had all of that, even the money that he made. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's like a lot of these fighters that people like to praise ended fighting broke. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? With no one trying to help them. And all due respect, I would prefer for them to end fighting having squandered their own money than having not made anything
100%.
and just being, you know, in a hole somewhere, you know what I mean? And everyone else praising the fact they were such a great fighter. It's like, no, they don't deserve to be exploited.
Is this kind of the same thing that happens in kind of all walks of life though, where the very best, or those who are seen as the best, make all the money, and those who are not, who kind of just average, make average sort of income?
But you can make good money. So I know it's a very boxing sport, but
Yeah,
you can make good money as a boxer, even as an average boxer. You know, put a few bums on seats. You know, I mean, never get a world title. You can make decent money. You know, you can make, you know, very, and that's right. You know what I mean? If you're able to, you know, garner yourself a bit of an audience, and you can make decent money and never be one of the best boxers in the world. That's one of the good things. That, or equally, you could just be a journeyman and not make any money. And,
but I think I think this is what people are kind of pointing to as one of the positives of this whole TKO thing, is that you get people who are kind of average having an opportunity to fight bigger known boxers, and if they win, it changes their life.
But they won't.
But how do we know for sure?
No, that's the point, because the whole point of the model is if they're an average fighter, they're never going to progress up the rankings, because they're going to get beaten every time they fight a fighter who's better or who's elite. So that average fighter is never going to see large purses anyway. So it doesn't solve any of that.
If they
because at
win,
the bottom
though.
of the TK, but they're not average if they win. Then they're,
Yeah,
they're
but that's
not
what I'm saying.
elite to begin
But that's what I'm
with.
saying. But you're giving a chance to an average fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like in other like with
Average
the
or not discovered yet?
not discovered, I should say.
Yeah. Because I think it's difficult. Because if
Yeah.
you're an average fighter, the bottom line is fighters who aren't that good are going to remain not that good, whether or not, no matter what league, what version they're doing. Do you know what I mean? In fact, you've got more opportunity as a not that good fighter to progress and make a hell of a lot of money, like Deontay Wilder, you know, who on a TKO would have probably got knocked out in his second or third fight.
That is true.
But he's made tens of millions of pounds. You know what I mean? He's sorted his family out for life because of this kind of quote unquote corrupt system of boxing. It's like, well, who else should get it? You know, he entertained people. He knew how to talk on the mic and get a following going, and he made us all interested and want to buy his fights, and he made a lot of money.
Yeah.
And he was never that good.
Hey.
I prefer that model. I do. I prefer that model than Dana White making all the money from everyone. Do you know what I mean? Lining his pockets, all these boxers bashing each other's brains out. And, you know, UFC doesn't promote personalities anymore since, like, Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor was the last time I was in. And by the way, I'm an old school UFC fan, by the way. He was the last. That's when I kind of almost stopped watching it after Conor McGregor, because I realized, not because I wasn't interested, because I realized that Dana White was in control and he didn't want anyone having a personality bigger than the brand. And as a result, I'm not interested anymore. So they can say, oh, the best fight, the best. Ask anyone in the chat right now, name 5 UFC fighters. I bet you they can't. Because no one's that interested anymore, because you've throttled it and you've tried to control everything like you always do. White supremacy.
There you go. Well, the two other things I want to mention with the boxing, Ennis Boots Ennis the other day, he beat Stanionis.
Yeah, good fight.
6 rounds, knocked him out.
Performance.
He unified the welterweight division. He's got the IBF and the WBA right now. Yeah, man, he's doing what people, I guess, kind of hoped he would do, finally. You know what I'm saying? He didn't always have the best competition. And sometimes, I believe the fight, even before this, did he go 12 rounds in the last fight, I think?
Yes, wait. He had Avanesian. Was Avanesian his last fight? He stopped Avanesian in 5.
Okay, no, but he fought Avanesian before. That was his second fight with him, right?
Okay, so it was just...
No, I think you're right, actually. I think the first time he fought him, I think it went 12 rounds. Then the second time, he's knocked him out, I think.
No, that's Avanesian. He fought once. He fought him after Terence Crawford. This is his second fight with... No, he had, it was a Russian guy, I can't remember his name.
Okay.
And did it go distance?
I think so. Basically, one guy he fought for the second time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
did
so
it go the distance?
I think so. I think the first time I went the distance. But
I remember he was getting hit a lot, but he was
yes, exactly, yes.
I think
but he was getting hit way too much.
No,
though.
I think he stopped him.
Yeah, I think the first time.
So people are being too harsh. No, I think his last 2 fights, I think his last 2 fights have been stoppages.
Yeah.
And I think people have been harsh on both of them because he's gotten hit in both of the fights. But that's just the way he fights.
Yeah.
I think people are overcritical. You know, the dude's fighting very good competition, you know, and coming out with knockouts, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I want to see him get undisputed, to be fair, and then move up to 154. Because he's got all the talent there is.
I want
man.
Crawford to go out, beat Canelo, and then come back, and then 2 can have a fight at 154, and then Crawford can retire.
Do you think Crawford will beat Boots?
Possibly. Yeah, I mean, right now he's the favourite if they fight. In my view, he's the favourite.
You think Crawford can beat Canelo?
That's a hard fight, but yes, he can.
I love Crawford, man.
Yeah,
but
I think he can. I think he'll surprise everyone. He's one of these guys. He's one of these like weirdly strong guys. Do you know what I mean? He's just one of these. He's an anomaly. You know,
and he doesn't back down as well.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. He's not going to do a Charlo.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But yeah, man. Anyway, I don't know about the people. Last thing I wanted to mention is Hamza Shiraz as well. He's 21-0, 1 draw. Last fight he drew against Adamus, isn't it? Thank you very much. He basically lost that fight, right? He did have a hand injury during the fight. I'm not saying it's an excuse, it might be a reason, right? But still, he got lucky with the draw. And long story short, he is now moved up to super middleweight. So he will no longer be at 160. He's now fighting at 160. He's also changed his trainer as well to Andy Lee, I believe it is.
I think we'll see what type of fighter he is, because his size advantage was a massive
100%
deal at middleweight. I think at super middleweight, we'll see what he's made of.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about Canelo's weight class now. Can Hamza Shiraz hang with a Canelo? Can he hang with Benavidez? These are, you know.
To be fair, Benavidez, I don't think he'll come back down to 168. He's at 175.
I think he can make it any time. Because he's quite a slim framed guy, so I think he can make it. I know he's really tall.
He's big though.
Yeah. He's really tall, but he can. I don't think he struggles to cut the weight. Benavidez. I think he makes it down there. I think he just went to 175 because of
Canelo, yeah. All right, people. That is pretty much it for the reaction. Brent, let's get into our wrap up. All right, beautiful people. It's been a good show, man. Yeah, like Andrew said, it's going to be a long one. Right? So we're here. Hopefully, we've kept you guys entertained, but also enlightened, man. You know what I'm saying? And you got some real valuable information and felt, edified by the conversation. Today, we spoke about number 10 being confident that British steel furnaces will stay on. Right? We spoke about Keir Starmer's income tax and how much he pays towards it. Also spoke about the former aide of Rishi Sunak being amongst 15 other people charged with election betting offences. Doesn't matter how small it is, guys. The principle, you know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter if it's £100 or 100,000, right? We also spoke about the earthquake in California, and we spoke about the World Health Organization speaking about the conditions at a hospital in Gaza, which is now beyond description because of these IDF people. Let me just keep it PC. Because of them, and basically, them bombing it and saying it was something else. It was run by Hamas and things of that nature, when really it was run by the Church of England, whose bishops said that they shared grief, sorrow, and outrage. You know what I'm saying? We also spoke about Trump threatening new tariffs on smartphones days after exempting them. He's saying it's part of a long strategy. And also we spoke about El Salvador leader who's saying he's not going to be returning the man that was deployed from America, even though it was done in an error. And we spoke about Algeria looking to expel.
So they weren't returning?
Yeah.
He just lives there now.
That's insane. Can you imagine? Yeah. We spoke about Algeria basically looking to expel 12 French embassy officials. And we spoke about the kitchen use being suspended following the Manchester Arena plotter Hashim Abdi's prison attack as well. And of course, in the sports, spoke about TKO boxing promotion. Andrew's not for it. And we spoke about Ennis unifying the welterweight division and also Hamza Shiraz moving up. And of course, for topic of the day, we spoke about respectability politics, dressing right, speaking right, acting right, doing all of the above, basically, being professional or risking getting left behind. You know what I'm saying? It was a brilliant conversation. Thank you, my good brother, for turning up again and blessing us with your presence. Thank you, Eckoes. It's a pleasure having you here. Thank you so much for coming. Hopefully the people, in fact, not hopefully, people check out her page, please. Both of them. Don't do what I did. Both of them, right? Brent, it's on the screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it was there.
I'll put it in the description.
Yes, thank you.
Those avatars, by the way, are crazy.
I know, I saw that.
I was waiting for the entire. I thought, all right, after we talk about this 1 hour, cool, we're going to interview. Then it's 2 hours, then 3 hours, 4 hours. Then you're like, let's get to the reaction. I was like, what?
Yes.
Not for me doing all that work. You have to see it.
That was serious
That was
uncanny valley,
amazing.
man. I was like, whoa.
Never mind.
Yes, people. But yeah, we're going to be back here again tomorrow, man, 8 o'clock. So please tune in, subscribe, like, share the video, people. And yeah, let's do our best, man, to destroy white supremacy. Peace.